I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk, may we have the roll call?
So, Mayor Stewart on medical leave, Councillor Carr, Councillor DeGenova, not in the chamber, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Boyle, not in the chamber, Councillor Dominato, not in the chamber, Deputy Mayor Bly in the chair, and Councillor Kirby Young, not in the chamber. You have quorum, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of our city staff who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Before we begin, I have some announcements. Mayor Stewart is on medical leave, and as deputy mayor, I have been asked to step in and chair, so I will be doing that. Bear with me, it's my first go. Second, so regarding speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or opposed to the recommendations. Speakers may only speak once. Any additional comments can be submitted in writing to publichearing@vancouver.ca. Those speaking on behalf of 3 or more persons or 3 or more organizations will have up to 8 minutes to speak. The persons or representative of the organizations must also be present, identify themselves, and must not be speakers themselves. On June 11th and 13th, we heard from speakers and had staff and applicant presentations on this. Since recessing on June 13th, staff have received additional questions from council. We will start with answers to those questions and then move on to speakers. If we hear all registered speakers and closing statements tonight, we will refer discussion and decision as unfinished business to the regular council meeting on June 25th. If we do not finish hearing from speakers, we will reconvene on Tuesday, June 25th at 6 p.m. following the regular council meeting. The clerk will now read a summary of correspondence received.
Since June 13th, Council has received an additional 11 letters in support, 44 letters opposed, and 1 letter related to other matters, for a total of 298 letters in support, 296 opposed, and 9 relating to other matters.
Yan Zhang from Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability is here along with her team and the applicant to answer council questions submitted to staff.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. Yan Zhang, Senior Rezoning Planner. Since last Thursday's public hearing on this application, staff have received many questions from Council, and we will provide a brief response to all of them. I will cover some questions, and I will pass it on to my colleagues from Engineering and Social Policy, as well as the applicant to cover the rest. And Teresa O'Donnell, Deputy Director of Current Planning, will wrap it up with a statement. The first question is, what is the difference in estimated construction time between the proposed townhouse project and the 12,000 square feet house allowed under the current zoning? Were the owner to pursue a development permit application to construct a house under the current RS5 zoning, the construction period would be virtually the same between what is proposed and what is permitted to be built today. The next question is, will the proposed townhouse project block the sightline to the north? The project will not block the sightline to the north. By providing a wide courtyard in the middle of the site, the project minimizes any impact on views to the north and actually creates more views than a single-family house would build under the current zoning. The next question is, will the project retain any trees on site? So there are no bylaw trees on site, and no city trees will be impacted by the development. There are 7 neighboring trees to the north, which are all being retained, and the applicant is proposing 16 new trees on site. What is the definition of this quiet zone? The area of quiet zone is located at the southern edge of the subject site. It is conceived as quiet because of the relocation of the parking ramp and children's playground to the north, as well as limiting the balconies facing directly on the hospice. The southern edge of the site is also where there will be a substantial landscaping buffer that will discourage people from physically accessing that area. The next question is, what does privacy screening on balconies mean? So this would mean a 6 foot tall, visually impermeable barrier. And this would mean some substantial planters and plants to obscure direct view to the hospice. The preference is for planting rather than solid walls. The next question is, will the rooftop patio enable people having parties and overlook the hospice? The top roof decks are accessed directly from the master bedrooms of the 3-bedroom units, and our conditions have really focused on minimizing direct exposure to the hospice. This would be achieved through orienting balconies so their outlooks do not directly face the hospice, and privacy screening on balconies through substantial planting. A question was asking about if the Seniors Advisory Committee was opposed to this project. So, as is typical with rezoning applications, staff do not present a rezoning application to the Seniors Advisory Committee normally, but instead we present to the grouping of the committees under the Zoning and Development. And so staff were made aware that the hospice put this item on the agenda to seek advice on how to stop this rezoning application, and that took place in May 2018. And no planning staff were notified or invited to the meeting. And from what we can see from the meeting minutes, there was a discussion regarding the rezoning application, but there was no resolution or action. There are multiple questions relating to a listing advertising units proposed in this application for sale by one particular real estate agent when the rezoning conditions require all units to be secured as rental. Staff want to thank the public for bringing this to our attention. We have investigated into this and found out that this realtor has pulled information directly from the city's rezoning applications webpage and has actually done this to multiple rezoning applications in addition to this one to create inaccurate condo pre-sale websites. The most troubling inaccuracy is that this rezoning application is coming in under the AHC policy and proposing market rental secured by a housing agreement enacted by bylaw for the greater of 60 years and life of the building. And it is not possible to stratify these rental units and sell them as condo. So please see conditions in Appendix B for more information, just to confirm these units cannot be sold and should never have been marketed for sale. We understand that the applicant was not aware of the realtor's website as well. So many of these applications this realtor has targeted are in-stream rezoning applications that are still under staff review while there is an ongoing public consultation process. Staff think that this practice could constitute deceptive dealing, which may be found to be professional misconduct by the Office of the Superintendent of Real Estate, who regulates such listings. This has significant impact on city's regulatory work and our relationship with the public. Staff have reported this individual and his practice to the Office of the Superintendent of Real Estate created by the province. The office has notified us that they will review the information we have provided and take appropriate discipline action under the Real Estate Development Marketing Act. There's a question regarding the off-leash dog park in Burrardview Park, which is adjacent to the St. James Hospice. What is the space between the area of off-leash dog park and the hospice? And were there any issues or consultation with the hospice when this off-leash dog park was created? So there is an off-leash dog area located in the Burrardview Park that was established as a pilot program around 2005. Park board staff hosted an open house then in January 2019 proposing a change in designation from a pilot status to a permanent off-leash dog area. The Bloom Group Cottage Hospice, formerly known as St. James Cottage Hospice, is located 75 feet from the off-leash area in Burrard View Park. Staff reached out to the hospice prior to the open house, and there were no concerns voiced for the proposed change from pilot to permanent off-leash area. The next question is, when the Vancouver Hospice Society applied to be a long-term care society, did they voice any concerns about future construction, loud noise, or increased density in the area? So while this may be a question to the hospice, from the regulatory perspective, all areas throughout the city always have potential for future development. Who makes an application to change the land use on one site cannot request that no further development occur in the surrounding area. The question is there anything staff can do to recapture some of the increased value from the rezoning for the public, as the site will likely have a higher value because there are more units on site? As you know, we capture a portion of land left on new developments to pay for amenities through CAC, through rezoning. In late 2017, staff amended the CAC policy so that smaller developments, such as this one, which do not create enough land left, were exempted from pro forma evaluation. This was done to simplify and streamline the CAC process for secure market rental projects that comply with the city's secure market rental housing policy and the rental incentive guidelines. And from our knowledge and experience, do not generate any offer of CAC based on the project economics. The public benefit accruing from these units is their contribution to the city's long-term rental housing stock. The next question asks for details for another AHC policy rezoning application on Granville Street. So there is another rezoning application at 4750 Granville Street that was just recently submitted. It proposes to rezone from RS5 to CD1 to allow for 4-story rental apartment. Is it possible to require as a condition of approval that a good neighbor agreement is signed between the Vancouver Hospice Society and the owners of 4575 Granville Street for the duration of construction? Yes, it is definitely possible. Council can instruct staff to initiate and facilitate the discussion between the applicant and the hospice and the society. A good neighbor agreement, which sets up the communication protocol and issue resolution process during the construction, would definitely help. This agreement, in conjunction with the condition of approval, which requires something similar to a construction mitigation plan, would be a good mechanism to be put in place to minimize disruption to the hospice operation. And the next question, a follow-up question, is, can the signing of a good neighbor agreement be required with the townhouse development? Staff have not seen such agreement for residential townhouse development and would advise against putting this as a condition. So that's all the question for me, and I'll let other staff and applicant continue with the rest.
Thank you. My name is John Tarecki, here representing transportation. There were 2 questions that were received that related to transportation concerns. The first asked, are there measures that can be put in place to ensure that the lane is not blocked? So the lane behind the site here is actually a standard 6-meter wide lane. The challenge that is very visible there is that there's actually a large hedge that is encroached into the existing lane by about 2.5 meters, which results in it really being only able to service one vehicle at a time. So one of the conditions of bylaw enactment is to actually repave the lane, which will result in it achieving that full 6-meter width and should resolve any concerns about blockage in the lane in the long term. With respect to construction considerations, which is something that we heard from speakers, I'd note that ambulances and paramedics would have the ability to access a site from Granville Street if there was an emergency, as well as for non-emergencies. There would also be the access from the south end of the lane, and that as part of the development permit process, engineering does review construction management plans and street use permits, and we would never approve a construction plan that would result in blockage of access to a site. So that's something that we're not concerned about. Second question is related to traffic congestion in the lane due to the parking ramp. And to answer this question, while the overall volume of traffic in the lane will increase through the development, we don't see any concerns with the creation of any congestion in the lane. So for a 21-unit development like this, we would expect about 10 vehicle trips to be generated in the peak hour, or one every about 6 minutes. As well, the configuration of the lane, which is quite close to Connaught Drive, as well as the fact that there's a much longer route to get out of the site and exit the lane down to the south to 32nd, we would expect that pretty much all traffic from the development would be going north to Connaught under that very short distance. And as such, we don't expect there to be any congestion impacts to the lane for this. And I'll pass the next questions to ACCS.
Deputy Mayor, Council, my name is Catherine Buckham. I'm a senior planner with the Social Policy Group. And the last question in this set is the Social Planning Department opposed to this project? Arts, Culture and Community Services concurred on the report for this rezoning application. We support the application and the provision of rental housing for families. Also, we support the design solutions to mitigate the impacts on the hospice, and as well as the applicant's offer to provide units for short-term rental for families of patients at the hospice. This would be sort of more in keeping with what we have at Canuck Place, for example. We have units for families there. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Acting Worship, or Worship. I had 3 questions for the applicant group. First one was a question regarding the model, whether the model was to scale and as well as the hospice. I can confirm that the model of our project is 100% to scale. And in regards to the hospice and all neighboring buildings, we do our absolute best to make them accurate. And I would like to add also that resulting from some of the other changes that we had during our last round of revisions, that the model would actually be 1 foot lower than what is currently shown for our project. Second question that we received was that there would be a 24/7 visual surveillance of the hospice from our development. I believe that speaker was speaking metaphorically. There are no plans currently, or will there ever be any plans to have any sort of surveillance from our project onto their project. And quite complementary to that, part of our last round of revisions was actually to introduce the privacy 6-foot tall privacy screens facing the hospice from our project. And the final question we received was, would the applicant be willing to halt construction during sensitive times for the hospice, such as when there are family ceremonies in the back? We absolutely would be willing to make that part of our good neighbor agreement. The difficulty so far is we haven't been able to thus far have any communication with the hospice in terms of how that would look, but that's something that we would very much like to work with the hospice to come to a solution that would be workable from both sides.
Teresa O'Donnell, Deputy Director of Current Planning. Well, I want to thank staff for all their work, Yan, John, Kathy, and the applicant. We've tried to be comprehensive in our responses, but also be brief to be respectful to the residents who are here who've joined us tonight, because I know you want to get to those. One additional comment from staff. We did hear some discussion last week exploring the idea of the applicant's willingness to sell this site to the hospice. It's important to note that the council, while we have the authority to act on the application before us tonight and the form of development, council does not have the authority to direct the sale of the property to the hospice or any other party. So accordingly, discussions of that nature aren't germane to this case. But other than that, we've tried to complete all your questions. We have staff here available tonight to continue to field questions, and I think we're ready to turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will now hear from speakers. So first up is number 45, Melinda Sam. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, councillors. My name is Melinda Sam, and I've been a long-term resident here in Vancouver. I am here against the redevelopment application. that would fundamentally change the nature of the hospice located at the Granville Street site. The hospice had a profound impact on our family. My children and I spent the last hours with husband and father. At a time when all was chaos, the hospice was an oasis, peaceful, quiet, with a drone of car noise behind hedges and windows. In plain sight, the uncluttered, simple elegance Vancouver that is known for, and which makes this our beloved city. We were the lucky ones to have a bed open and to make use of the space for a whole of 4 days. It was a special time for us, for which we were very grateful for all those whose legacy we were able to benefit. Now, getting back to the development, I want to make note that more than just the noise of the construction, there is the ongoing noise and the bustle of 21 active households instead of just one. Unless you are in need of such a place, you will not understand why it is important to keep peace and privacy. Most people who are in favor of this development have stated that they don't understand why people around the hospice would object. Yes, there will be construction noise short term to be best mitigated with various proposals ahead. But I am here to ask you to think about the development change in density and the implications to the social nature of the hospice use. I'm here to speak up for all that in the future might not have the opportunity to have this valuable resource. We live in a society where speaking of death and dying is still a taboo subject. And from that community, ethnic community that I am from, the subject is highly frowned upon to the point where numbers can't even be used because it has a slight connotation to death. I will be amiss not to speak up for those as well. So I humbly place my objections to this development proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is number 46, Corey Chaplin.
Thank you. My name is Corey Chaplin, and I'm a staff member at Vancouver Hospice. The hospice is a specialized facility where people come to die. This requires a unique home-like environment comprised of a reasonable degree of quiet, privacy, and calm. These qualities are essential to good hospice care. This is not something to take lightly. People are dying there. They are spending their final days and moments left on this earth within the walls of that hospice. That house is their final home. To find ourselves in the position of having to fight to preserve the very existence of that home is unconscionable. But the dying cannot fight for their right to access the care they receive there, nor should they have to, so we are fighting for them. Many have tried to minimize the impact this development would have on the hospice. I honestly cannot imagine how we will continue to provide end-of-life care with the unbearable noise, activity, and reverberations that will result from the construction and massive excavation only 30 feet next to our building. I spoke with a professional builder who has done both large-scale excavations and single-family home construction. He said the construction requirements for the townhouse project are much more disruptive than that of a large single-family home, even with a basement. He visited the site, reviewed the drawings, and concurred that the impact on the hospice will be ongoing and immense. I believe we will have to close. As devastating as that is, this is not just about preserving our little bricks and mortar building on Granville Street. It's about something much bigger than that. It's about preserving the inherent right as human beings to access a dignified and peaceful death in hospice. We are protecting this right for all of us, for all of you. Should you or your loved ones need us, we want to be there. This is not an issue of one or the other. Yes, we need more affordable housing, but we all know that these units will not be affordable. I understand you're in the process of reviewing the definitions of housing affordability, so I applaud you for that. There are two very different needs being addressed here tonight: the need for housing and the need for hospice, and they should never have been pitted against each other in the first place. This proposal, due to its proximity, massing, and impact on the pre-existing hospice next door, should not have been accepted in the first place. It will be absolutely appalling if we have to close as a result of this development. The decisions you make now will affect others for years to come. If this development is approved for construction, it cannot be undone. When the hospice has been forced to close and dedicated staff and volunteers have left in search of other positions, it cannot be undone. When the dying can no longer access the compassionate care that they have the right to receive in hospice, it cannot be undone. I urge you to reject this proposal or go back to the drawing board and genuinely work with the hospice to come up with a viable solution that works for all. To be clear, not one of the changes made to the proposal was initiated by us. Our focus and conviction was always on pleading our case for incompatibility and stating the reasons why. We assumed this was a process of public inquiry and maintained hope that staff might recommend rejection of the application. We didn't realize this was the last opportunity to provide minor input on what would essentially be the final form implicitly recommended for approval back in February 2018. There's no DCL waivers issued here, but there are no CACs required either. On the contrary, this project will jeopardize a valuable amenity for which there is already a shortage. Sadly, it's the most vulnerable members of our community who will end up paying a very hefty levy through the loss of something infinitely more valuable than money. Are you willing to risk this for the sake of meeting your intended rental targets for 2027? We are entitled to a fair and transparent process, which includes further inquiry into the possibility of any alternate intentions for the use of this property. One of our volunteers discovered recently that someone told her they were all pre-sold already, an agent. We feel that there should be more inquiry into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do have questions, Councillor Wiebe?
Thank you for coming today. I'm a little bit nervous of where some of this conversation is going and the incompatibility of having a hospice beside townhomes, because we are moving into a population that is aging, and good end-of-life care is very, very important. And I'm nervous that if we say that this is incompatible, moving forward, it's going to be very difficult to find new hospice spaces. And right? So is it the fact that this hospice is incompatible, or hospices in general as a staff member or cannot be put beside townhomes? Because moving in the future, in the way our city is densifying, we need more hospice space. And I'm nervous that this conversation is moving that will make it very difficult to build new hospices in Vancouver.
I believe our executive director clearly answered that question when she talked about the other hospices that were
But you're saying it's
referred to.
incompatible to have a hospice beside a townhome?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this proposal was not designed sensitively in consultation with us from the beginning to sensitively fit, because yes, hospices can coexist. Our executive director mentioned that the other night. But we have not been involved in this process in the way that we should be in order for it to coexist sensitively.
So it's more the process and not the actual incompatibility of the project.
The project as it stands now is incompatible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you do have more questions, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Great, thank you. Thanks for being here. I just want to follow up on Councillor Wiebe's question, just because it's really helpful to get a very clear understanding, and especially as a hospice affiliated person. When you said you weren't involved in the process or it's not compatible, I asked this question earlier, I think of Mr. Roberts and others, and which is the component that is not compatible and what might be? So for example, and I think we've had the conversation, is that the applicant has the ability, if they choose, and if this were for whatever reason not approved tonight, to build a single family home. And you referenced you'd spoken with the builder, but if you had been more involved in the process, what would you have seen as more compatible? Or I guess the flip side of that question is, what is it about this that is specifically not compatible?
The density, the massing, the amount of units. I can't speak specifically to what would be better because we'd have to really think about that and what would sensitively work, but that process hasn't been initiated. And some of the concessions mentioned, like a unit based on the Canuck Place model. I worked at Canuck Place. I was part of that team. Their model is very different than this, and it's not something we may even have use for. So these were not initiated by us. So it would have to be a start from the drawing board again, and we'd really have to sensitively and as a team collaborate and think about it. So I can't really answer that on behalf of the organization.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was trying to zero down a little bit because we are faced with, if we make one choice, it means it goes ahead. If we make another choice, it means the applicant could do different things. So I'm asking the question in the context and trying to get a better sense of, is it height and massing? Is it more the underground excavation? And like where, I'm just trying to zero in a little.
Right, definitely the excavation, definitely. And the height, the amount of units, the laneway will be blocked. Absolutely it will. The privacy, a 6-foot, something that can grow can also die. So if you're talking about a little plant hedge and a planter, that's not a strategy. And people could, even though they're oriented a certain way, they could still see the back lane. I mean, nothing about, this is so shocking and disturbing because nothing about it has been sensitively designed to be right next door to a hospice. We were just shocked to even discover that this was being proposed.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
You do have more questions, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I understand, so you work at the hospice, in what kind of capacity?
I'm the administrator, so I oversee the volunteer program and administration and some marketing as well.
And have you been at this hospice the whole time since it was built?
I've been there for just over 2 years now.
Okay, so the hospice was built in 2014.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys have, I mean, obviously I've looked at the house that's currently there next door, and it's pretty obvious that that wasn't going to last forever as it's current. I mean, it's not a very fancy house. It's a fancy real estate kind of address, and there's obviously the potential for some kind of development, of home being built there or something in the foreseeable future. Had you guys considered a mitigation strategy or some kind of, had you anticipated anything in your strategic planning about what that might look like and what you might do?
My understanding is, well, we didn't expect a spot rezoning right next door. That's not been something that was expected or discussed at all. So no.
Okay,
no, because
I mean,
it was
the zoning, the rezoning is happening under an existing policy that's been on the books since 2012. So it's not like it's completely. I'm just wondering if you guys had anticipated that there might be something coming down the pipe, or even just another house. But there's been no strategic sort of planning to.
Not that I know of. I can't speak for the board.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. That is all your questions. Thank you, Ms. Chaplin. Speaker number 47, Pamela Martin. Welcome.
So, dear council members, my name is Pamela Martin, and I volunteer at the Vancouver Hospice Society, and I am opposed to this rezoning application. Having been around death much during my youth, I've volunteered almost my entire adult life in various hospices, specifically working with children with terminal illnesses and out-of-town cancer patients coming into the city for treatment. When I moved to Vancouver, I knew I wanted to continue to serve in this way, and I decided to reach out to the Vancouver Hospice Society because of its commitment to compassionate care for the dying and the services that they offer, including some that are only offered in a handful of hospices across Canada. In short, the Vancouver Hospice Society is the type of community-driven organization that I, as an engaged citizen for end-of-life care, am willing to devote my time and energy to seeing succeed in its mission. As a relative newcomer to the city, let me tell you that I am absolutely pro-affordable housing. I'm also pro-densification around Granville, pro-evolution of the Shaughnessy area, and I'm even okay with development at the proposed site because, as Council rightfully pointed out, there's going to have to be construction at some point. So from here, my speech shifts quite a bit based on what we heard earlier from your staff. But I will share that I was the volunteer that received or that was in communication with the realtor, and I'd just like to share specific language that they used. So when I contacted, this is Mike Stewart Realty, and it's a website that is now down. So, excuse me, very nervous, but so when I contacted them about the development and the pricing on June 11th, last Tuesday, I received the following response, which is that 4575 Granville started pre-sale last year and is sold out, and that the prices for the townhomes were roughly around the range of $2 million and up. I don't know, based on what your city staff have mentioned, if that makes any difference, but I do want to put it out there because that is my experience. Yep.
To put yourself on the... Thanks, Nicole. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because we are in a very legal process. Yep. I was listening the whole way up, and I appreciate this. It's just we usually ask people to speak on behalf of themselves and not to speak on what they exactly heard someone else say. So I just want, through the chair, to staff, is that a legal concern at all that we're hearing?
So this is my direct experience.
Okay, yeah. Because you said this is what the realtor said. If you said this is what I heard, I'm just concerned about the legal process.
It is an email. I have
in First Shaughnessy, I've already been through several public hearings on one item that happened because of the legal issue. So I would say the same to anyone speaking on either side of this. So I just wanted through the chair to make sure, because I know that it's been said before, not to impugn anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we did get an update.
Yes.
You watched.
Yes.
Before you got
Well,
here.
I heard on the way up here.
Perfect. All right.
I just was concerned with the language and the way it was framed, but maybe not. If you're the chair, so if you feel that's okay.
By saying what I heard, you can take ownership that that's what you heard.
That is
versus what someone
was
said.
written.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor DeGiovanna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So again, like I said, this shifts quite a bit. So I guess I'll just say, in the interest of time, that I think that all of this could be easily dismissed as a NIMBY, not in my backyard issue, but I believe that it's not. I think it's about the prospect of a 21-unit housing development with all the noise, traffic, and privacy issues that go along with it being built next to a perfectly designed, serene hospice, and that one that serves some of Vancouver's most vulnerable citizens as they are actively dying. I'll just conclude by saying that I think it takes a certain kind of people and a certain kind of space to make dying a more comfortable experience for patients. I really hope that the developer is going to be doing rentals and things like that, and that what we had seen on the websites are not true. Yeah, again, it's all sort of jumbled, but I just want to say that the staff here are really dedicated, the volunteers are really dedicated, and you see that here, and you see it in their in the way that they're coming out for this. So I hope that you consider that in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do not have any questions. Thank you for coming. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 48, Tamara Tang. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tamara Tang, and I am a member of the clinical team of Vancouver Hospice. Like many of the staff, I have been working there since it opened over 5 years ago. I've heard from countless patients, families, and friends how much they appreciate the peaceful atmosphere of the hospice and spending time in the beautiful gardens. They are always amazed that it is located on a busy street like Granville. A 3.5-floor townhouse development immediately next door would negatively impact the hospice environment, not to mention the noisy and dusty construction period. I'm opposed to this development. The scale and density of this proposal are not appropriate for the site. Since learning of this plan and attending the open house last year, I have walked past the site many times and felt heartbroken for what could possibly be built there. It is incredulous to me that such a large development can even fit on the site. Just yesterday, I observed a large pickup truck trying to turn into the driveway from the lane very slowly as it is so narrow. I understand that the owner would like to build there, and I realize that another large-scale single-family home is not what the city would like. There are many other options that have been proposed throughout this public hearing. As you look at the model and reflect on its massive presence bearing down on our tiny single-story hospice, please consider the impacts that it will have and that there are other options. You've heard from numerous concerned citizens who oppose this project. The gentleman from the Arc Society who spoke at the first meeting indicated that this is not an appropriate development for the site and that there is another site nearby that fits the proposal much better. I agree that the city needs more affordable housing, and I recognize that the landscape is changing. Granville Street, like Oak, Cambie, and King Ed, are long, busy corridors that will continue to be developed. Why place two large buildings directly adjacent to a single-story, 8-bed hospice surrounded by peaceful gardens? Is that a considerate choice when there are many other possible sites along Granville? As one of the original staff members, I am extremely concerned about how such a development will affect the running of the hospice. I am certain that the hospice will have to close during some of the construction period. They have to build an underground parking lot for 36 vehicles, and then 2 almost 4-story buildings. Our main access is off the one-way lane. We have patients that are brought by non-emergency transport through the lane, which is also where the hearses, which are large vans, come to pick up. The front entrance cannot be used for such purposes. It is a long, narrow, winding path that leads to a small gate at Granville Street, where there's restricted parking. Most of our clinical team have been working at Vancouver Hospice since it opened. For a hospice to succeed, the clinical staff must have specialized skills and knowledge. Our staff works tirelessly to care for both our patients and their families. We are a strong and united team that has grown together in our experiences over the last 5 years. It is not easy to find the right fit when looking for a new staff member. If the hospice were to close, even for a period of time during the construction, the staff would have to seek employment elsewhere. As many of the supporters of this project have indicated, Vancouver is an expensive city to live in. Staff will not be able to afford to lose even one paycheck. This will destroy the hospice because what really makes it a comforting and peaceful place to die is not just the environment, but the care team. Another huge issue regarding this project is the amount of traffic that would occur in the narrow lane. As previous speakers have mentioned, this lane has one access off Connaught Street. It does continue farther past the hospice, but that is extremely narrow and has very sharp turns. The large density of this development would increase the traffic immensely. Connaught Street is where the staff park and walk to and from work. I have often had to stand at the end of the lane and wait for a vehicle to come down before walking up to the hospice. It is that narrow. Cutting off 1 foot of the hedge, I don't think is going to make much of a difference. I beseech you to look at this proposal and all the negative impacts that it will have and to vote against it. As a previous concerned citizen mentioned, it is too high a cost to approve such a development. You've asked questions about what compromises could work. There are none that are enough for such a large-scale project. 21 units, with the majority being 3 bedrooms, is an unreasonable development on a single lot next to the hospice. And halting the construction during our farewell rituals doesn't sound appropriate either. Like, I participate in those, when it happens at a moment's notice. They arrive, we go around, collect staff, they stand there and say goodbye, and to run next door and try and find all the construction people and tell them to stop. That's ridiculous. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tang. You do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Ms. Tang. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. I'm really trying to delve into sort of the experience, and I anticipate that when the hospice came into the neighborhood, it was a different use itself from what was already there with single family. And you mentioned the pressure on the lane. The parking would be underground, so I'm just wondering what impact you felt, because you mentioned yourself you have very sensitive kind of goodbye sort of processes and ceremonies, but you also have hearses coming in, medical vehicles, others like service vehicles. So have you had issues with that, just given the fact that the hospice itself obviously generates traffic coming in and out of that lane? How is that working?
Issues as in, what do you mean?
Well, you mentioned congestion or the narrowness of the lane, but I'm just wondering how that's working with the fact that the hospice itself, or those service vehicles you have coming in, how is that working now?
It's an 8-bed hospice. It's not 21 units with a whole bunch of families in it. And, when we have people brought to us and then when we send them off, it's might be one a day or, 2 or 3. And then we might go for, a week or so, like nothing, it's variable. There's not a lot of congestion right now.
Okay, so there's no issues with sort of garbage pickup getting in and out, or when you have vehicles that are taking people away, like you haven't had any conflicts or other situations there?
No, because we're not so huge. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I was just sort of responding. I was just trying to get a bit of clarity that you mentioned that the lane was already constrained. So I was trying to identify from that if there were pressure points already in terms of the traffic.
It's not super busy. It's it's a regular lane. For a residential neighborhood, it's very narrow and very uneven and stuff. Yeah, but there's not a lot of traffic going up and down regularly, constantly.
Okay, and then the other single-family homes, are they also coming in out of the lane to park? Do they typically park at the back of those single-family homes that are your neighbors? How does that work?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Maybe there's one that's not, but yeah, there's adjacent to us for sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you do have more questions, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming for a second evening. I know that a third evening, to speak to council. I do appreciate your time and your words, and just some follow-up questions. You had said logistically that it would be difficult to go over to the site and find the construction people and talk to them. Well, if there was a point person, and it was a phone call, and that was considered something that, if there wasn't that phone, there was an emergency backup phone or something like that, would that make a difference? Because I just think in these days of technology that maybe I would hope that we could do better than that.
I can't see that happening. I live on a street where there's a number of houses that have been rebuilt, and, a house maybe, there's like a few people working on it, you can call them, but, I also have a very large development being built behind me, and, there's a lot more people, and they're doing a lot more things, and I'm sure that they can't just stop and drop. So
the situation that I understand we're in, from the questions I asked staff the other night, was if this were not to go forward, because it's very contextual as to how we can judge a public hearing. Does it fit policy? What is the context of how it came to be in the neighborhood? I understand that if this didn't go ahead, the applicant could build an up to around 11,000 square foot home, and that construction on a home of that size, just from my experience working in the development and nonprofit sector, I've worked in a sector that has group homes and has to renovate those, and the construction crew can be just as large as a small townhouse development. So is it the amount of people, the amount of cement trucks, the trucks that come by? Specifically to that point, I have to look at also your concern. The concern may be there even if this isn't built. Is that correct?
No, everything, it's 2 huge buildings. It's a huge, there's an underground parking lot of 36 spaces. That's way different from a very large home. I don't understand how it's a similarity.
Would the hospice
and
be
Corey,
okay with
no,
construction? Sorry, I just have a certain amount of time.
I know, we've gone through this many times, and I know Corey just addressed that I think we just need to go back to the table and actually have some consultation and discussion so that it can be sensitively built.
Okay.
Whatever development they want to do.
And then to the point that Councillor Kirby-Young had perhaps raised, or her questions had sparked this for me, was in asking staff my first set of questions about the hospice and this area and this specific project. The hospice, I understand, was a conditional use, so didn't go through a consultation process with the neighborhood when it came to be. do you know if that's correct or?
I'm a staff member, a nurse.
Okay, would it be better to
So
address that question to
I
someone
would recommend that you talk to the board or the director about that.
I'm trying to also weigh the thoughts that, it's important to me to know when the hospice decided to locate there and came to the city for a license, did the hospice at that time say we would have issues with construction, we would have issues with other, with rezonings in our neighborhood? That's something I can ask our staff because they work with the applicant. I don't know if they can answer that on behalf of the hospice. I know that what they were able to tell me was, and I know the hospice isn't an applicant, so I'm not allowed to ask those questions when we close public speakers. That's why I'm asking you now. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
What's the question?
The question is when the hospice came to locate where it is right now, did it have consultation with the neighborhood, and did it make the city aware when it was licensed? And maybe there's somebody else who can answer
this before. Didn't somebody ask this earlier?
When it was licensed.
On the first or second night?
Oh, I'm not finished. No. So I did ask if it was how the hospice came to be there. I did ask about consultation, but I don't think that I asked, at least not in my records or notes, specifically as to whether or not the hospice said when it came to the city for a business license, whether or not it would be completely against or opposed to any development of this size or this nature in the neighborhood.
Okay, we are out of time.
Yeah.
Unless you can quickly answer.
Maybe there's someone else who can. My apologies, I was trying to clarify. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, a question to the city manager through you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that this property would accommodate under the existing zoning more than just a large single-family dwelling, that in fact it could be a duplex with secondary suites, it could be a house with secondary suites and laneway per house. So I just want to confirm that because I keep hearing this sort of either a big mansion on the lot or...
Point of order.
I'm not sure this is a point of information.
It is. I'm asking the question about the zoning on the property, if it accommodates more than a single-family dwelling.
Point of order.
You can deal with mine first.
I didn't hear point of information, so...
Through the chair, maybe I can ask planning staff to speak to that question. Question being what's possible under the current zoning for that site?
So it is possible under the RS5 district schedule to build a single-family house with a secondary suites and then laneway home, and but it is also I think I wanted to clarify with development planner here. It is possible to build a duplex on a lot less than 500 square meters in area. Community care facility Class A is also permitted as an outright use, and this is the first license they got from the city, but because they have conditional front yard relaxation as well as building depth relaxation, it was a conditional approval to begin with. And then later on, when they expanded the care beds, it went from a community care facility Class A to a Class B, and that Class B is a conditional approval use. And so I think there's other permitted use, including all the other like cultural, recreational, and institutional use, childcare. So there is a lot of conditional approval use that we consider compatible with residential use in addition to houses.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. If we're just going to use a point of information as a fancy way to ask questions to staff, then I'm going to use it as well. I was trying to call a point of order to see if that was what this was. If that's what that was, I just thought that it's unfair to the speakers, but if one councillor can do it in public hearing, then every single councillor should be able to do it. To clarify, so that was my point of order, but now that I see clearly that questions have been asked. I would like to ask a point of information, and that's what is called a point of information. May I? Through the chair, considering another counselor was held, standards should be the same.
I think we'll allow this question. We did have questions answered by staff at the beginning of the public hearing, and since our deputy city manager did refer back to staff, I will allow this question, and then hopefully we can get back to our speakers.
Thank you. And I did hear that, and I sent several questions into staff as well, so I appreciate them being answered. I did send them in ahead of time. I'm just wondering if I understand what can be built. Could there be a legal challenge against the City of Vancouver if in one situation, two lots that are quite similar to each other, if one were to, the reason of council or any council member said that the reason was because of a property with conditional use on it right now, and we prescribed what a landowner should do with that property based on a conditional use in the neighborhood, versus maybe on another street or down the street, we wouldn't say that because there wasn't a property with a conditional use on it. So if staff can't answer that now, I'd like an answer later on about that, but it certainly would be helpful to know that right now, and also to know if at any point in licensing and moving forward with this conditional approval, that it was made clear to staff that this hospice wouldn't support this type of development in the neighborhood.
So
Thank you.
Through the chair, the initial question that was asked there, I interpret that as soliciting legal advice, which we would not typically provide in open council, so I would decline to answer that question. And it would be something that would be more appropriately addressed in camera.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on.
And then there's a second question that I asked about the conditional use and whether or not the hospice did share during the licensing process as to whether or not that had happened. And then I'd need to know how we'd go in camera during a public hearing to get that information.
Let's hear from staff.
Thank you.
Madam Councilwoman, let me try to answer your question. The hospice is a conditional use. It's not an outright use, it's a conditional use. And there are two tests of conditional uses. One, that it is compatible with the neighborhood, and two, that it doesn't cause an undue impact on the neighborhood. To your first question about whether that discussion was had when the hospice was originally licensed, we will have to do some research and get you an answer to that question. I don't have that information now, but I did want to clarify that in this instance, it's the hospice that is the conditional use and not the townhomes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and I just clarified from City Clerk and Deputy City Manager that everybody will have an opportunity in closing comments to ask any other additional questions of staff, and so if those questions can be held for after the speakers are heard, that would be great. All right, so we will be hearing from Speaker 49, Ruth Hamilton. Oh. Yes.
I actually had a point of clarification to the answer that staff gave earlier. I was writing notes furiously, and I just wonder if, as a point of information, I get clarification on what I heard. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly on the answer that was given.
Answering a question that was just
No, the answer that was given previously by staff prior to Councillor DeGenova's question.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to, what I heard staff say as it related to what is permissible under the current zoning RS5 was single-family house with secondary suite and laneway, or duplex, but then when I was a bit confused, I just wanted to clarify. I heard staff say they received originally a community care facility, which was permissible as an outright use. Did we then switch to talking about the hospice, and we were not talking about the applicant? Because I wanted to be clear on that answer. It seemed that we strayed over the other site, and I just want to be very clear.
The R5 district schedule allows a number of uses as outright, as conditional, and Yan did make the leap from the townhomes. The townhouse homes, if this was approved, would be a permitted use.
Okay, so the comment around they receiving community care did not relate to the applicant. I just want to be clear for the record.
That was the hospice. When the hospice originally came in, they came in under a community care, but then their license switched
Okay.
to become a conditional use.
Okay, and then the
That was about
subsequent
the
final
hospice.
clarification was that the comment around cultural, recreational, childcare considered compatible uses related to the site or related previously to the comment when staff started talking about the hospice?
The current zoning that's on the property and in the surrounding neighborhood is R5, RS5. And it has a list of allowable uses. Some of those are allowed outright, like single-family homes. Some are allowed as conditional uses, like the hospice. And there's a very long list of conditional uses in addition to hospice. You could have a library, a golf course, a zoo. So there are a number of things that are
Great.
allowed as conditional.
Thank you for the clarification. Maybe that information could be emailed to council.
Yes,
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now be hearing from Speaker 49, Ruth Hamilton, please. Okay, doesn't look like Ruth is here, Ms. Hamilton's here. So speaker number 50, Cynthia Fulton. Thank you, Ms. Fulton. You will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Cynthia Fulton, and I'm a volunteer for the Hospice Society, and I'm speaking in opposition to the proposal. Currently, there are 36 residential hospice care beds in the city. With a population of between 600,000 to 700,000 people, this is a percentage of roughly 0.005% residential hospice beds available for everyone. The hospice provides roughly a quarter of that tiny but highly important number. This makes it a disproportionately valuable resource for the people of Vancouver. The policy here is directed to rezoning for affordable housing. But at minimum rents of $3,700 a month, this housing just won't be affordable for most people. The hospice location was chosen because this residentially zoned neighborhood allowed a community care facility to be built and was the kind of place that could provide a home-like atmosphere. And the peace and quiet here, such as they are an essential part of that. When it was built, the current rules allowing multifamily units on arterials were not much in evidence. Had they been, the hospice likely would not have been built here. But it is built here. It is here, and it is providing a critical and highly underserviced function for Vancouverites. It was also built, as you have heard, with specifically designed berms and barriers to minimize the street noise in front of it. Some speakers voiced skepticism at the suggestion that this hospice is a quiet place. But if you have visited it, you will know, and if you have not, I and many others can attest, it is not silent, but it is surprisingly quiet. I think that is because the efforts to minimize street noise have been quite effective. The hospice's gardens and outdoor spaces are used constantly by patients and their families. Indoors, it is family-friendly. It does already contain family spaces and play areas, but these are carefully situated to preserve quiet and privacy for the patients. A lengthy construction phase with all the aspects required to excavate the parking for those 32 vehicles and put up 21 units will inevitably have a terrible effect on all that, even if the developers try to minimize noise during certain hours. The needs of dying people just can't be scheduled to fit certain hours, sometimes not even certain moments. And following construction, privacy and quiet will continue to be affected by the new and greatly increased number of people coming and going, with the residents next door of 21 units with 32 parking spaces, all using the tiny, and I can attest, skinny lane and very short back lane for their vehicle access, and all their residential and personal services. Privacy screening won't ensure protection from the inevitable disruption caused by that many people going about their daily lives and using and enjoying their outdoor spaces as people do and as they are entitled to do. You pointed out, at least the mayor did, that the development owner would be entitled to construct a large single-family residence on the property, and we've been talking more about this tonight. And we do realize that, and it is less than ideal, but even such a mega home would not entail the excavation and ongoing traffic issues created by this proposal. The residents of the hospice are not wealthy NIMBYers. They are people of all ages and backgrounds with terminal illnesses from all over this city of Vancouver and their families. Dying at home is not a realistic possibility for most, so the hospice provides the next best thing, a place to face death with dignity, peace, and all the support the community can provide. The policy requires a contextual fit with the neighborhood. This hospice is part of the neighborhood. In fact, it is the next door neighbor. The decision you have to make here isn't between affordable housing and a selfish refusal by NIMBYers to provide it. It's a decision between protecting an existing, citizen-built and supported, rare, much-needed and proven service resource for Vancouver residents, which requires and benefits enormously from as much peace and privacy as possible. So please keep that in mind when you're making your decision.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. You do have questions? Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, you talked about the berm protecting the 6-lane highway from the hospice. Would you like to see a similar type berm put between this and any project in this property? Do you think something like that could be effective?
If you decide to allow a use similar to this or such as this, I would like to see any and all protections you could put in place to protect the privacy and minimize the noise. But I don't know that that would answer all of the other problems attendant on this, particularly use of the lane at the back and the increased numbers of people.
Okay, and you bring up use of the lane. Currently, there's a lot of parking stalls for staff in the back. Do you think that some
They're
of those...
not actually for staff,
Those are for the
They're
residents?
for patients' families.
Okay, and there was someone talked that staff also park. Where does staff park?
They park on the street, is my understanding, on the surrounding neighborhood streets. They're not allowed to park in those spaces at the back of the hospice because they're reserved for family.
Okay, so just...
I believe that's correct.
Okay, I was saying if some of those were used for staff, wondering if we could share some of the parking. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Speaker 51, Bill Burgess. Welcome, Mr. Burgess. You'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I live in an apartment in West End, and I want to start off by saying that I'm a strong supporter of densification in Vancouver and densification in Shaughnessy in particular. But I'm here to urge you to reject this particular application at this site at this time. I feel it necessary to say these things because not all of them are adequately expressed in the staff's report. So you're hearing a lot from the public, and so we have to add material which I feel wasn't adequately addressed in the staff report. The first one is that I don't see the cardinal importance of protecting the public interest reflected in the staff report. It treats the hospice and the other land users in the area as if they're on the same plane. Really, we're talking about apples and oranges. And when you weigh the public interest, you have to weigh the interests differently.
Okay,
and this
well,
is
I'll just have to
especially
pause you
true.
right there. I have a point of order.
I was going to try not to call this, but our staff can't speak for themselves right now. And I think to say that the reports that they provide, not being in the, that the public interest was addressed in them, I just would have to say, I think we have a responsibility to make sure that our staff's reports aren't impugned with motive or what they did or did not address. If a speaker wants to share something that they feel wasn't included in the report, that's fair. But I would hope that you would rule on that and perhaps just caution the public in further comments. Chair.
So if you can keep your comments to the project and also understanding that staff have prepared a report based on their expertise. And if you could share your comments, but keep it to the project. Thank you.
Okay, my emphasis on the issue of the public interest is also related to the fact that I feel that the merits of this particular location for this proposal are sort of mediocre. So again, when you consider the proposal, please consider the public interest issues to do with the hospice, and then balance those off against some other public interests, but which I don't think are strongly represented by this proposal. I think that the issue that really is at the heart of this is that, as other speakers have said, is we desperately need hospice services. And the hospice services range. There are different kinds of hospices with different hospices serving different populations. This one was built through the incredible volunteer effort and fundraising and sweat by volunteers who are trying to build a particular kind of hospice. And it's a hospice that values very much all of the qualities that have been described by people today better than I can do. Yes, 21 rental units is nothing but sneezed at, but what about the 150 people who live at the hospice location every year? Don't their interests also get counted? And what about the hundreds, if not thousands, of family members who are there? Yeah, they're not there for the whole year. They're there for a short period of time. But I think, if other speakers have explained, those are very precious moments. So the balance of 21 potential rental units and 150 residents and their families, please place that on the ledger. And the qualities of the hospice, I think, as you've heard very well from other speakers, they're not accidental results. It's because the hospice was designed in a specific way and sited in a particular place to allow those characteristics to emerge. You know, when the staff play a role in, in reconciling family members, that you can't just do that anywhere. That requires a certain physical and social and cultural context in order to be successful. The hospice can do it because of its characteristics. So I can't judge the extent of the way in which the hospice, the quality of the care will be diminished, but I think it's very clear it will be tangibly diminished. It'll be tangibly diminished during the construction period, and argue it'll be tangibly diminished over the long run. I'm sorry, I can't take seriously the suggestion that construction sounds are going to be mitigated by a white noise machine. And there's also an issue that the visual screening will protect. I'm sorry, people can throw away visual screening.
Okay, you're just about at 5 minutes there.
I'll just finish with one point. I just want to draw your attention to the lane in the back. It's not a straight, ordinary lane. It's a lane which is very narrow because of the hedges. It also has hydropowels. It turns 35 degrees in one direction, then it turns 90 degrees in another direction. I really wonder whether a fire truck could approach from the south end.
Okay, thank you very much. And you do not have any questions. Thank you. Speaker number 52, Matt Steyer, please. Welcome. Mr. Steyer, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bly and members of council, my name is Matt Steyer. As a renter, planner, and city resident, I support the proposed townhouse development at 4575 Granville Street. When I look at projects like this, I see my future. Priced out of home ownership, 30-something professionals like myself rely heavily on the rental market. However, as our households grow, our rental options get smaller. The 2018 vacancy rate for 3-bedroom rentals outside of the West End and downtown was 0.0%, according to CMHC. Let me repeat, 0.0%. This is quite alarming, as family-sized rentals are critical to providing the necessary housing choice and diversity that allows young families to remain and grow in the city. Fortunately, this project is responding to this critical need by proposing to add 13 3-bedroom rental units, 60% of the total units, which is frankly unheard of, without displacing residents or replacing existing rental units. And let me be clear, these are not luxury rentals. Rather, these are rentals for working professionals that contribute to the economy, vibrancy, and social fabric of our city. These are homes for people like me. Not only is this project adding vital rental housing, but it is doing so in a central location near transit and bike routes and within walking distance to parks and schools, just where family rental housing should be. My neighborhood, Grandview Woodland, contains single-family homes, duplexes, and townhouses, and it's a great place to live for people of all ages, income levels, and household sizes. Housing diversity and choice is essential to the health and vibrancy of our neighborhoods and the city as a whole, whether it be in Grandview, Woodland, or Shaughnessy. Finally, I believe this project is compatible with the neighboring community care facility, and I would argue they share similarities. As a recent addition to the neighborhood, the care facility redeveloped an existing single-family home into an 8-bed facility to support a social need. The proposed projects will do the same, but for family rental housing, also a social need. Both uses benefit from being in a central, accessible location in the heart of Vancouver, and both uses show that for a world city to meet the diverse needs of its residents, it needs to provide a broad range of services and housing, and they need to be able to coexist. Furthermore, if the city were not to allow modest, low-rise residential development in an existing residential neighborhood, due to the presence of a community care facility next door, it would suggest that a community care facility is not compatible with residential uses. It would suggest that the facility's presence, in essence, restricts the ability of the surrounding sites to evolve to meet the city's critical housing needs. However, I'm confident that the city recognizes the need for both community care facilities and for family rental housing, and believes that they can coexist side by side, not only in this location, but also in other locations. Thank you for your time and your ongoing commitment to meeting the housing crisis head on by supporting projects like these that add to our city's rental housing supply without displacing tenants or replacing existing rental homes.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 53, Deborah Williams. Welcome, you'll have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I am the housekeeper at the Vancouver Hospice for 5 years, like most of the staff. We've come to believe it's a second home and family to all of us, even the patients who have been there for a long term and their families, or the people who aren't the patients who don't have families. But one of the things I find about, I've also worked at St. John's Hospice and the North Shore Hospice, and they're very special places. They get healthy meals, they get beautiful settings, and they also they get to be with their families, their loved ones, 24/7. So you never know when the time comes, and you don't get that at other facilities. I've worked in other facilities for over 20 years. The thing is, with this, if this development goes ahead, I feel that with the construction noise and the future residents, the noise will interrupt the serenity that we provide, and without access to the hospice, the patients will not be able to go to the hospice and receive the care and the dignity that they deserve in the final years. Okay, another point I want to make is that when I heard that this development was going up along affordable housing next to the hospice, I thought, great, I don't have far to go to work. But then I heard the rent there is $1,900 a month. I can't afford that. My friends can't afford that. But so, but I realize that's the average value for most of the housing nowadays. And so everybody's flocking to the co-ops and the BC Housing, and so I've been applying there. But unfortunately, the demand is for disabled and seniors and families. I understand that. So where are the single people supposed to go? And the replies I'm getting are, oh, it's 10 to 14 year wait list for these co-ops. Okay, I understand that. So I do advocate for low-income housing, But I just don't feel that this is the right development. This development is not the right income housing that, that should be built. So thank you very much. Any questions?
There's no questions. Thank you very much for coming in. So we'll hear from speaker number 56, Robert Fortier. Welcome, Mr. Fortier. You'll have 5 minutes. Did I get your last name right?
Yes, that's close.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Robert Fortier. I'm a volunteer with the Vancouver Hospice. I'm speaking to oppose the townhouse development next to the Vancouver Hospice on Granville Street. All of us are heading down the path of life, and the end is going to be the same for all of us. This hospice provides end-of-life care for about 150 Vancouverites every year. I think we all would like to have a peaceful passing when our time comes. This hospice provides such a place with its supportive and caring atmosphere. One only needs to read the countless cards and letters of gratitude that family and friends send to us after their loss. If you contrast this with the patients dying in a hospital setting, the differences are significant. The quality of care and dignity shown to each individual in the hospice is remarkable. Hospitals just aren't up to offer this type of care. As well, the cost differences between a hospice bed and a hospital bed is equally amazing, with a hospice costing about $500 a day compared to a hospital bed around $2,000 a day. The street access for the proposed development with 32 underground parking spaces leaves me wondering how it could work with a narrow one-lane alley at the rear and one of the busiest Vancouver streets in front. The resulting congestion would really make it difficult for family and friends, relatives to get in and out. Sounds like a bit of a nightmare, especially for those in the process of grieving the loss of their loved ones. Vancouver has a very real affordable housing shortage. The luxury townhouse development, if it goes through, will certainly not help in that the rents will be out of reach for the vast majority of Vancouverites looking for a home. Finally, I would like to ask you to take a moment to consider the possibilities of having this development moved to a more appropriate setting, not in an established residential area, and allow Vancouver Hospice Society to continue offering the loving, compassionate care that each one of us would like when our time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortier. I don't have any questions, and we'll be moving on to speaker number 57, Patricia Diewold.
I'm speaking against the proposal as it stands. I'm a volunteer at one of the hospice thrift stores, collectibles and furniture on Broadway, and I'm pleased to be part of such an organization. I was looking to do something meaningful in my retirement years and to contribute somehow to humanity. The Vancouver Hospice Society was built on high humanitarian principles by people who wanted to make a difference and are concerned with aiding their fellow man. I have been in awe of the dedication and personal sacrifice and the great generosity of so many in launching this hospice and in keeping it going. The most precious thing to me as a volunteer has been association with people who can best be characterized as functioning from a loving state and from the highest of their vision, and who unselfishly put out tremendous effort using their many talents to help others at their most difficult and challenging time of life. What is clear is that the hospice has to continue. It was built 4 years ago after much planning and fundraising. The site was carefully chosen, permit received, and a lovely building built, which functions as the final home of 8 dying people at a time, and the headquarters also of a large outreach program, which helps many people who want to look after their dying people at home. And also, there's so few hospice beds. Many people do that, even if it's very difficult.
Ms. Dywell, would you speak into the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. I have also been struck over and over by the gratitude people have expressed at the help that their loved ones and they have received by the caring staff. And they've also continued to feel this love and caring after their loved one has died. People come into the thrift shop, or I meet them in some other capacity, and I hear the same stories over and over. And many people in their gratitude not only donate to, but also, have they donate money and things to the thrift stores as well, and they have even contributed. Somebody even put on a concert, that would help. This is the way people should be to others in this world. The hospice is a special place, and the work that is done here must continue. The architect spoke of a number of modifications that had been made to plans, including lowering the building, measures to improve visual separation from the hospice grounds, including greenery on the ground and balconies and clouded windows on the side nearest the hospice. There was also a parking entrance moved to the side furthest from the hospice. Also, parking spaces were greatly increased. But a number of noise problems remain due to closeness to the hospice and privacy issues, having so many living close by, and also access problems for all living on that street due to the narrow lane with one right angle and some other angles, and I'm not even sure, and a one-way street, I think, but anyway. Further, there'd be lots of noise during the large construction, which would make living in the building beside it uncomfortable at the best of times, but also intolerable for someone in a delicate and painful situation facing imminent death, who could be hearing that noise for 8 or more hours a day, day after day, for a long time. Obviously, a lower, smaller construction would be more desirable and more separation from the hospice grounds. But what can be done with that narrow lane with the right angle, etc., I'm not sure. I didn't hear everything that the traffic man had to say, but it seems to me that it could be dangerous as well as unwieldy with a lot of traffic in it. I'm against this proposal as it stands, and whatever else is planned, the planning should include continued consultation with the hospice and other neighbors in the planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do have some questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Dywell. Thanks for being here. It's just a quick question. I'm just trying to get a sense of who's coming to speak to us tonight. Are you able to share how many of the hospice volunteers or staff are from Vancouver or come further afield? Like who lives in Vancouver? Do people come from different municipalities?
Well, I only know of the hospice. I think there are quite a few involved in the hospice itself, but I know of the thrift store situation. I work with collectibles and furniture, and I believe we have about almost 100 volunteers. We have quite a few shifts, and it goes on 6 days a week. Many of the volunteers, I think, are from Vancouver. Some of them travel. They have cars. I take 2 buses to get there. A lot of people have been involved in this and have a real heart for it, and also, I think, value the principles and the kind of attitudes that people have, because they work together with a goal in mind, to do something important, not only because for the people that are the hospice is for, but and so in our daily whatever we're doing, we're working together to do it as well as we can. It's a wonderful thing, and it's something that I think our society needs lots of. It's really inspirational to be able to work in this setting. And I think for those people that are lucky enough to get access to our hospice and their relatives, I think that, and those that are touched by the counselors and whatever that help with the outreach program, I think that we are providing a wonderful service that's greatly needed in this society.
Great, thank you. One very quick question. Where is the thrift store? I just want to be clear located.
There are two of them. The one that I'm talking about, collectibles, which is the china and linen and things, and furniture, is on Broadway between Alma and Dunbar on the south side of the street. We just moved there because the other building was sold. We had been on Dunbar Street, but we moved in February. And then there's one for clothing on West 41st between Vine and Balsam.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dywald. Next, we have speaker 58, Louise Hutchings. Welcome, Ms. Hutchings. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Louise Hutchings, and I'm also a volunteer at the hospice. I've been a bedside volunteer, and I volunteer in the garden. You may think that a dying person is not aware of or is less aware of its surroundings, but I haven't found that to be the case. A 100-year-old neighbor of mine died in the VGH in a ward, and her last words were, "When will it be quiet?" It's quiet. It's quiet in the hospice. If you want it to be quiet, you can have your family in. It's their private rooms. They all face out onto the garden. When we made the hospice garden, we gave every room a beautiful, peaceful outlet. We're encouraging hummingbirds. We've got the flowers going as much as we can in Vancouver, and then it's green. There's a lot of green in that garden. Oliver Sacks said the most effective non-medical therapies are music and gardens. The Vancouver Hospice can't be moved up the street. It can't be moved across the street. We're rooted here now. It was a home and it was a garden purpose-built for the dying and for their families. After countless years, hours anyway, lots of years of envisioning, planning, funding, staffing, we're there. The disruption this development will cause is cruel. It's cruel to the patients, it's cruel to the families. The height of the development affects their privacy. The noise of the very considerable excavations and construction is not going to be a mere inconvenience, and the increased traffic in a ridiculously narrow alley, good luck with the hedges, by the way, they're huge. And you might have to that's a whole other story. That affects the smooth operations of the hospice. I know this is a tough choice because we need the housing, definitely. And I feel for you for having to make this decision, but please remember that with the new direction in zoning that this council is taking, there'll be many other opportunities for multiple housing. And I hope you're successful, and I certainly hope you zone in more hospices into the mix. Hospices that are specifically designed to work in multiple housing situations. The Vancouver Hospice was specifically designed for a single residence neighborhood. Coastal Health didn't build this hospice, and it wasn't built for the money, and it wasn't built for personal glory. It was built because as a community, we believe in hospice. As a community, we believe in dying with dignity. And as a community, we believe in honoring the families of the dying. We believe that we all are living right up until the moment we die. This is a very special place in Vancouver. There should be many more like it. We should cherish, we should protect these places. It speaks to the heart of our humanity. Please reject the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchings. And you do have questions. Councillor Carr, let me advance you.
Great.
There we go.
Thank you. Thanks for so much for coming, Ms. Hutchins. And I really appreciate that you, in describing the hospice, reminded me of having visited there once at the opening and then once again later, and I was toured both times. And I really remember the rooms, but specifically, I guess, on the south side and on the lane side and the gardens right outside the windows and the butterflies and birds. You know, but you made me think, I couldn't remember ever like being in any rooms on the north side. Are there any rooms on the north side for?
There are no patient rooms on the north side, but what there is the common eating area.
Yes, I
and the
remember that.
living room. And the common eating area.
Ms. Hutchings, could you speak into the
Oh,
microphone? Thank you.
sorry. Okay, so there's a common eating area. There's a living room on the north side, and the common eating area gives sort of has French doors out to a raised patio, and that's where we're supposed to have the view down the middle of the buildings.
Yes, I remember that. I thought that was mostly for staff, although sometimes I heard that. No, it was the one by the kitchen, and then
The kitchen is there, and that's for staff or for people who've had the proper training to be in the kitchen.
Right.
But that's a small part of that north side. The north side is the entrance, the common.
Right, I remember that, the living room area.
Living room with
Yeah.
the fireplace, and then the eating area where. Well, when I was volunteering inside the hospice, we spent a lot of time around that table and looking out onto the common area or to the patio.
Right, and that's well used by both the staff and the volunteers and the residents as well.
More the residents, with often with an accompanying volunteer.
Right. Right. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I
welcome.
appreciate it.
Those are all your questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next, we'll be moving to speaker number 59. Is it Kirkland?
Hi.
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
My name is Rima Fonwy Kirkland. I'm a landscape architecture student at UBC, and I have a master's in urban strategies and design from the University of Edinburgh. I care deeply about our built environment and the places in which we live. And I've lived in a number of different places in a number of different types of housing, ranging from a single family home and community where I grew up, to townhouse developments, to condos, and student-style housing, to basement suites. And I can tell you that of all the places I've lived, my favorite was the townhouse that I lived in. That the community that it was a part of was the richest and most dynamic, and I would love to live in housing like that. And I can also tell you that so many of my friends would love to live in housing like that. All of my friends have purchased homes, none of whom are from Vancouver. I grew up in Calgary. You can actually buy homes in Calgary, but that's completely out of reach for us here. They've purchased condos or townhomes. Even if they could buy single-family homes, they preferred townhomes because they provide enough space to live in and have a family, while also being able to have enough density to live near services and live the lifestyle that they want. It's the perfect balance, and they're great places to live. I do not understand why we view this built form as incompatible, why we have heard so much that this type of housing is somehow problematic, and that the type of individuals who may wish to live in it are inherently not compatible in this community. I think that everyone should have the opportunity to live in a diverse range of housing types, and that we as a city need to make space for choice and opportunity and flexibility. And since single-family homes are either undesirable or unattainable for so many, we need housing that is diverse and that provides homes for many. One of the people I know in the city got married last year and found out that she's pregnant. And one of the things that she now has to worry about is how on earth she's going to find a 2-bedroom apartment for her growing family. While being pregnant, she must go to open houses and search for housing. And it's so discouraging to hear people saying that that's one of their responses to finding out that they are pregnant. And just the fact that there's so many people competing for this housing. And now I'm going to read you a quote from a great wizard in the Harry Potter series. Old men are guilty if they forget what it was to be young, by Albus Dumbledore. We've heard much about vulnerable individuals over the course of these hearings, and I do not disagree that those who are dying, regardless of how old they are vulnerable individuals. But I do feel that we need to be a society that is open and flexible and dynamic, and that views everyone as being necessary, and that feels that we are better together instead of apart, and that doesn't use words like incompatible for very basic types of housing that are prevalent throughout this world, and that 21 households who will no longer be competing for a very, very, very limited amount of housing stock are somehow incompatible. They are not. They are beautiful and fantastic, and they will be homes to 21 households who would otherwise not have housing or be competing for other housing with other households. And we have also heard that this built form would be great on another site, but this is a site where a landowner wishes to build this housing, where there's a desire for it to exist, and there's a demand for it to be built. So let's meet that demand and create these opportunities. I would like to live in a city that faces the challenges we have as a society, a climate crisis, a housing crisis, myriad other crises head on, and says, maybe the way we've always done things isn't working so well, and we need to change. And that includes embracing new forms of housing in communities where they weren't present previously. And so I'll conclude by saying that I would like to live in this city. And when I return to this city to go to school, I envision remaining here. But my time here has been precarious and challenging, in large part because it has been really difficult to find housing. And we need to address that and take it seriously and do it wherever we can. And 21 Homes here is a great way towards solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do have questions. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for joining us and for waiting to speak. I want to take a little bit of a twist in the road here. You mentioned you're a landscape architect.
Architecture student. I'm not a landscape architect.
Okay. Yeah, but urban studies background and yeah. So, I don't necessarily disagree with you about this isn't an incompatible project writ large for Granville Street or Shaughnessy or anything. But I mean, I think we've heard fairly consistently that the specialized use of the hospice and really the impacts of construction and it's a lot line to lot line kind of project. It's a big project, a big excavation. In the thinking as a landscape architecture student and stuff, do you imagine ways that we could mitigate some of those impacts if we were to take another look at this design possibly, if there's some things that might be a little bit more sensitive to the existing use and understanding that, a hospice is for all of us, ultimately. Unfortunately, we're all going to end up. Do you have any thoughts about where we might find some compromises?
I'm not an architecture student, so I think in terms of the buildings themselves, I wouldn't be able to answer that, but I do think that design has an enormous potential to mitigate these challenges, and I also think that having young families living next to people who are in the later stages of their lives is very compatible and something that could work.
Sure, and I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I was really thinking on a landscape art. We heard about berms and plantings and that kind of thing. So I was really thinking from a landscaping kind of perspective.
I mean, I don't know anything about really the design of the garden. I do agree that gardens are fantastic and that they're great places and they have lots of therapeutic properties, but you can do a lot with design. And I think lots of us live near construction and it's annoying, but you can do different things to mitigate it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are your questions. Thank you. Next, we'll be hearing from speaker number 60, Betty Canning. Thank you, Ms. Canning. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
My name is Betty Clasby Canning, really, because I've worked for the city of Vancouver, that better, as a community health nurse in many different roles and have known the need for hospice. And so with the beginnings of funding for a building for a hospice, I became a very devoted volunteer and have continued now, or since patients were developed, on every Sunday morning. I walk the lane and am a receptionist bedside volunteer at the hospice. I am passionate about it, and so I oppose the rezoning application for development on this site at 4575 Granville Street for many reasons. And as I've sat through the previous two hearings, and now this evening, most of my addresses, or most of my concerns, have been nicely addressed. And my major concern for the evening has also been addressed many times, and that is the accessibility of automobiles and pedestrians down the very narrow lane, just from the south lane off Connaught to the hospice. This lane is used for all the hospice admissions and transfers, and they come by non-urgent ambulances, hospital transfer vans, wheelchair taxis, families delivering the patients from home, and as well as the family members who use the lane for our 6 hospice parking spots and one that's reserved for urgent deliveries and for the Hearsts. Staff and volunteer and extended family members park on Connaught Street and walk down the lane. I know that lane very well, and the traffic on it is not excessive at the moment, but I worry and I wonder if I will be able to access that lane at all if this proposal is passed. With construction and ongoing for who knows how long, followed by the cleanup that follows, I particularly worry about the gorgeous gardens that so many wonderful volunteers have planted around the hospice. I know there will be extreme dust and I don't know what all. Anyway, but then once the construction is completed, you move on to the increased traffic with moving vans, service trucks, delivery trucks, all kinds of cars, then accessing the underground parking, plus the number of people, children, bicycles, teenagers, motorcycles, who knows what will be living in what might be built. The lane will be all but inaccessible to hospital. And if the application is passed, I really feel it will have a significant impact on the way hospice is able to deliver its service. And I wonder, as a volunteer, if I'll be able to access the lane entrance from off 32nd and way down the dog leg past garage doors that are bumped against it will be very difficult for an ambulance or a non-transfer hospice patient who might be quite ill. And would we worry about them dying while they tried to navigate that system during the rainy, snowy days of winter? I am very passionate about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do have questions. Councillor Weeb.
Yes, thank you. It's interesting because it's been brought up the alley a few times now.
Yes, it has.
What would you like to see on the alley as a pedestrian? Obviously, they've talked about the hedge being moved back because it's impeding on the one side. But on this side of whatever the property ends up being, what would you like to see? Is it a walkway? Is it more separation? Is it what would you like to see as a pedestrian on the alley side?
Well, it definitely would need a walkway because there are a lot of pedestrians, or a lot of we and family members that do use it as a walkway. There is a very difficult little small stone walkway there that's banked up against the property that's presently there. And it's really not able to be used during the winter days and whatever. But it's really not a very accessible one because of its width and its very stony base.
So you walk on this side of the alley when you walk?
I don't walk by the hedge. We
Oh, you
walk
don't. On the other side.
Walk on the other side. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all your questions. Thank you for coming. Next, we'll be hearing from speaker number 62, Owen Brady. Hello, Mr. Brady. You'll have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors, and I was going to say mayor. My name is Owen Brady, and I support this proposal. I'm a renter, and your choice tonight is between 21 rental homes and a 12,000 square foot monster home. According to the latest census, the majority of people moving into newer rental housing already lived in the city. If this is not approved, growing families will have to leave the city to find space and commute farther to get to work. 1/3 of the DCL fees of this project would be expected to go to non-market housing, and this project offers 4 times the DCL fees compared to existing zoning. Last week, some speakers painted a prejudiced picture of renters that was really inaccurate and unfair. I live in a large apartment building with townhomes across the street. Every unit on both sides has a balcony. Last Monday when I came home, there was an ambulance outside, which doesn't happen very often. Were crowds of people out on their balconies gawking? And the word gawking was used before? No, there was nobody at all. In fact, in my experience, most people hardly use their balconies. It's pretty quiet. Renters don't have x-ray vision. They can't see through walls or roofs. These types of comments are wrong, and I hope you won't give them credence. The down payment required to live in this neighborhood is over $1 million. On the other hand, I'm an engineer and my wife is a teacher, a fairly common combination. I'm confident we could afford to rent here. For us, living near transit means having one less car. That's a big savings. If you don't care for engineers, a police officer and teacher couple could probably likely also afford it. According to this city's planning department, the vacancy rate, even for more expensive rentals, above $2,000 per month, is below 2%. That's too low to keep rents in check. There's too much demand, even for newer market rate homes. That's how far behind we are in building rental. The real flaw of this proposal is that it could have included more homes. 708 Renfrew, the last rezoning you approved, was proposed at 3 FSR and cut to 2.1. This proposal is for a total increase of only 0.63 FSR. It's only 6 or 7 feet taller than what can already be built. There's a real danger here of creating a precedent that any lot beside a proposed hospice, a conditional use, will be downzoned by default. In this city, we tear down too many detached houses to build monster houses, and too many apartment buildings to build somewhat larger apartment buildings. If we don't meaningfully increase the number of homes per lot when redevelopment happens, we won't be able to meet our housing goals. Increasing the housing stock, preserving old rental stock, making Vancouver affordable, our climate goals, preserving some heritage homes. There are too many goals and constraints for us to waste opportunities like this. The last thing I want to touch on is the importance of this being secured rental. These homes can't be stratified and sold off. They will be occupied. That security is especially important to families with children in school, and especially in a neighborhood with so little rental available. Thank you for your time. Please do approve these much-needed homes. We should not be building any less anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Thank you for coming in. Next, we'll be hearing from speaker number 63, Musa Tryon.
Thank you for pronouncing my name rather well. It doesn't always happen. Good evening. I want to congratulate you on your work to increase affordable rental housing in Vancouver, but I'm against this rezoning. I volunteer at the hospice thrift shop, and we have a wonderful large group of volunteers. I wouldn't speak about my personal experience if protecting the hospice weren't so important. But tonight I will. Some time ago, my mother died of cancer, and my father was hospitalized with a heart attack in the same time period. Looking back, the manner of her death still fills me with regret. I feel sure the whole episode could have been so much better if the quiet, home-like atmosphere and caring help of the Vancouver Hospice could have been made available to her. When we couldn't manage her at home anymore, she ended up in a large impersonal palliative care unit of one of our busy hospitals. Painkillers to the max, and in a day or so, she was in a comatose state, unaware of our presence. No chance for any kind of goodbye. So I ask you to vote your conscience, protect the precious services of the Vancouver Hospice, and disallow the rezoning. I have one question about the whole process, and that is, how and who will enforce the promise that these units will remain rental? Do we even have such a mechanism? And what kind of penalty will result from quietly selling one or more units? Thank you for your time and attention and your good work.
Thank you, Ms. Tryon. Next, we will hear from speaker number 64, William Nicolai. William Nicolai. Okay. 65, Cheryl Banfield. Welcome, Ms. Banfield. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time, your concern, and your request for the zoning of 4576 Granville. My name is Cheryl Banfield. I am speaking against the proposal. I am speaking tonight as a longtime resident of Vancouver and a concerned citizen for a changing city. I wish to speak to you this evening as one who has experienced the loving care from all involved in the Vancouver Hospice Society. It is truly an exceptional place. It is home for families to spend the final days with loved ones. For me, it allowed me to, and my family, to quietly sit by our family member, to talk, to recall family times, to be fully present, both physically and emotionally, and to know that the hospice-trained staff would capably look after all our needs. At this particular time, a quiet, peaceful, calm surrounding is essential, and I fear that construction from the proposed project of probably 2 years within 30 feet of the hospice will bring an end to the hospice as they endeavored to see over the past 5 years. It is unbelievable to me that the Hospice Society spent 6 years in preparation for this special place, endeavoring to fulfill all the requirements of the planning department. Then, after only 5 years, a plan is being considered for 21 apartments and 32 parking spaces on one house building lot. The scale of this proposal at 4575 Granville Street, as an earlier speaker stated, is out of sync with the current neighborhood. For further consultation with the Shaughnessy Ratepayers Association, surrounding neighbors, and a planning department would find a more appropriate proposal for this one house city lot. Yes, the proposed project is close to transportation, but is blocks away from grocery shopping, community parks, libraries, and schools. And it certainly is not providing low-cost housing for our city. Vancouver needs rental housing, but not at the cost of one of the very few hospice locations. Another major problem, as mentioned by many, is the incredible amount of traffic added to an already one-car lane entrance to both the hospice and the proposed project. The Vancouver Hospice is a community project involving hundreds of Vancouver citizens who totally dedicated to the needs of hospital care for our city. If zoning for 4575 is approved and the hospice is forced to close due to construction noise, Vancouver will have lost 25% of available hospice beds at a time when there is a great need for hospice care. Palliative patients will be forced to stay in the hospital at a much greater cost to our health system and at much less care than is being now held at the hospice. My hope is that each of you, as councillors and Mayor of Vancouver, will think first of the need of hospice care in our livable city of Vancouver and know that medium and even large rental venues will be found elsewhere in the city. Thank you for your compassionate consideration on these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Banfield. There are no questions at this time. Thank you. Next up, speaker number 66, Anne Murnahan. And then we'll be hearing from Susan Wong. Hello, Ms. Murnahan.
Murnahan.
There we go.
Very rarely spoken that well.
5 minutes, your timer starts now.
I oppose this development, but first of all, I want to say it's an honor to be here in the council chambers and addressing an issue as a citizen long term. When I began my research, I came first to the Making Room housing program, created to provide more housing choice within neighborhoods for families, downsizing seniors, and other households seeking housing that sits in the missing middle between single-family homes and higher density housing. And then there was this wonderful drawing that showed the single-family dwellings, duplex, triplex, and fourplex, courtyard apartment, bungalow court, townhouse, multiple, live, work, and then into the mid-rise. I thought, that's great, except there are no trees in the drawing, nor hedges. But then, as I became more involved and went to the open house and saw the model, and I'm familiar with the hospice, and I've been a HOB volunteer for 12 years and a volunteer to the dying for about 35 years. So I just try not to repeat anything each of you has heard in the last 3 evenings, but it's very hard. But I really oppose it because I see the progression from a single-family dwelling to duplex or two would be grand. But to jump from single-family to where this model proposes is just, it's bewildering. And this has been quite an education to learn the process of city planning. I know it meets a lot of the requirements for CD1, but I suggest that we stay with our S2, and I leave it to you folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll be hearing from speaker number 68, Susan Wong. Good evening, Ms. Wong. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, all of you, and thank you very much for this third opportunity to speak. I was one of the two Sues that founded the Vancouver Hospice Society in 2003. And we had been volunteers with the dying, Sue and I, in Vancouver for many years. I was with Canuck Place before that, and also with the home hospice program. And we were talking and realized that we hadn't enough hospice beds in Vancouver. And Sue spoke to one of the physicians, and she said, well, if you want to build a hospice, you have to incorporate a society. And so I said, well, that sounds okay, let's do it. And that was 2003. Well, when we started talking about it, and I'm giving you the history because I think we've covered all the facts about so many things. So I'm coming from slightly a different way here. And when we were talking about it with our friends, we had so much support, and it was just a win-win. And our vision, we researched it a fair bit. We both of us traveled. We saw hospices in other countries and in the rest of the province. And we realized that the people we were working with really would prefer to die at home, but most of them couldn't manage to stay at home. So our vision was to have a hospice that was a home away from home rather than a home away from the hospital. And that's why we chose to be in a residential and small. Our true vision was to have these homes in every part of Vancouver, which could still happen, although if this all goes through the wrong way for us, then I can't imagine how we can relocate the hospice, as we likely could be forced to close. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think it will be happening. Well, the other thing I've realized, listening to everybody, both the community speaking and the councillors, that we still need to do a lot of education around death and dying and just what a hospice is. I think some of the issues that have come up would not have come up if you'd seen the hospice and seen how it works, how it just can't function in that high density right next to it. Certainly, we want affordable housing, and I think that's going to happen in Vancouver thanks to the council. But this location is just too small for the number of units you want to put in. I did write a whole thing last week about what I was going to say, and it's all been said. So I'm trying to come more from the heart and how we've progressed. Can't really compare a hospice with a hospital. I know that we've heard that comparison about where places are in the community and how there's construction going on next to a hospital. It's totally different. It's apples and oranges. And everything I've thought about saying has nearly been spoken about. But I would urge that you think very carefully, as obviously I'm opposing this, because the thought of relocating the hospice, I just can't see that happening. We would like to put our energy into building a new small hospice home in another location in Vancouver, which is needed desperately. On a personal level, I know the need for that because my husband died in palliative care in VGH because there weren't enough beds in Vancouver. And that was a big disappointment for me, a big disappointment. The hospice, too, isn't just the building. We at the hospice control a lot of volunteers that help with the bereavement walking program, which is out in the community. It's run on a Wednesday and a Saturday. We also do home hospice volunteering. We go into homes where people need extra help, and that's an outreach that covers a lot more than the families that come through the hospice. So really, when we're considering the hospice, it isn't just the building, it's the whole outreach that starts at the building. So I do urge that you really, really rethink this zoning next door to our hospice. I would hate to have to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. And you do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your amazing commitment to building the hospice. I have a couple questions for you because you mentioned you thought if this went ahead that you'd have to close. Can you tell me why, given that there are only, and this is actually a genuine question, given there's only 36 hospice beds and hundreds of thousands of people in Vancouver and an aging population, you don't think that enough patients would take advantage of the hospice?
Oh, yes, they would. What do you?
Well, you mentioned, you said that you feared that if this went ahead, you would have to close, and I'm wondering
Well,
why.
likely. I mean, it's difficult to know, but I can't imagine volunteering at the hospice there at the bedside with that huge construction going on. I can understand a smaller construction, but not one that's going to excavate down to however many feet.
So is your fear that people would not want, that residents or patients would not want to be there because of the construction noise, and you wouldn't have people coming?
I think that
Is
could
that why?
happen, for sure. Yeah, that is one of my fears.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, because I just want to be clear. Do you feel it's more of that, or do you feel that you would make a decision as a hospice that you didn't want to operate, or do you think it's because you don't think you'd have people coming?
Oh, I think it would be family driven. I think, and I'm not, the last few years, obviously, I haven't been as involved as I was at the beginning due to various reasons. And so I'm not sure what the actual patients and families are saying. I think if you talk to one of the staff or the board, they'd be able to tell you that.
Okay, and I have one more question for you.
Okay.
You mentioned, which it was great to hear, that you would rather spend your energy, or might possibly build another smaller hospice somewhere else.
Yeah.
Where might you build that? Would your vision be that would also be single family,
Well, ideally, I'd like a hospice to be a little bit like a community centre, a library. In every community, we've got those facilities. And that's where people would, they prefer to be in a place closer to home. So, yeah, I could imagine if we had endless money, in a residential, just being like another home everywhere, like a library and a community centre, although they're not, well, some of them are pretty close to residential areas, for sure.
Okay, but your preference is single family. I guess I was just asking that question because I think you and many other speakers have said that, we do need to densify, and, Vancouver is growing. We have to accommodate people. So I guess my question is do you see it as realistic or a challenge in future to build more hospices if you're only targeting single-family homes, or would you look to other scenarios where you might be near multiple residential areas?
Yeah, well, I think because ours is a home away from home, so we would want to be around, the community, the residential community. There are other hospices that are, bigger, and people can then have the choice if they want to be further away or close to home.
Okay, and if I might, I think I just quickly have time, so if I might ask one other question, because I was really happy to hear that you have people that come from all walks of life, not necessarily just people that are well-to-do or that could afford the hospice care.
No.
So do you know if your residents come mostly from single-family homes, so they're going from single-family home to single-family home environment? Do they live in townhouses or apartments?
Are
they coming into a different situation than where they're living?
Yeah, I'm sure it's a huge combination. Yeah, it's across the board, because they come from all over Vancouver. And when they look at the hospices, they do really want to come to our hospice. And we've been told, by people, the nurses in the community, how much they've how much they've appreciated the care in our hospice, because it's so home-like and peaceful. And, they can really make themselves at home. And that's the key difference. And that's why I was so disappointed when we didn't get there.
Sorry,
my husband didn't get.
Oh, when your husband didn't have that. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
That was a disappointment for me.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
You do have more questions?
Okay.
Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. And I do really appreciate you coming and sharing your personal story with us, but also about the education. And I certainly, I know that this public hearing, we're getting some of that education, but I am open to asking our staff and inquiring if there's possibilities that we perhaps even through our own community services, that where, the city of Vancouver, and I'm not saying it's the same thing, but through our community services, I know that there are a number of different services, supportive services that our staff inform us of in several different reports. So I am certainly looking forward to learning more. To some of the questions that were asked before, just follow-ups to Councillor Kirby-Young's questions, but also some others, and that is, you said you wish that there was more education, and I agree. I've learned so much, and I really appreciate I appreciate you sharing your personal story, especially in a public forum. My question specifically is, do you think that maybe, I mean, because this use is conditional and because there wasn't a hearing, public hearing for the hospice to come in and there wasn't public consultation, that maybe that is creating some tension in looking at this use also here? And I only ask that because you had said, if and when and what happens to the hospice, but I'm also trying to consider, and council's a place to talk about moving forward. But in consideration of that, and some of the correspondence we've received also about looking at zoning and policy that we have, do you kind of think that maybe if that information had been there, or some of this, and I'm trying to be very sensitive, but if, for instance, the hospice was able to have an open conversation, I'm not sure if there was the ability, I'm typing questions to staff, to voice in the licensing process some of the concerns you may have about construction, about traffic, about noise. Do you think that there would be such an issue right now, because instead there would be certain protections for the hospice that there aren't right now because we didn't have that process in place?
Are you talking about when we built the hospice?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we did have an open house. I personally, posted things within, I forget how many blocks around the hospice. We had a really good open house with all the information there. We had speakers there. So we did do that.
Oh, and I'm going to also ask our staff. I'm not saying that you didn't. Yeah. I just meant specifically regarding some of the concerns that we've had. They might not have been things that I would have even thought about, or you would have thought about. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that it's fair to ask somebody something that they might not have thought about at the time. But do you think that impacts this project right now? The fact that those weren't conversations, perhaps, that were had? I'll have to ask staff to find out if they were.
Well, it might have been good if we could have spoken to you when it was first suggested that this rezoning was going to happen next door to us. At that time, I mean, Sue and I in the past have spoken to many, many groups, and we would have been more than happy to come, but we weren't asked, and I guess it wasn't.
I'm talking just like also when you came into the neighborhood to know, and for council, even though we're a fairly new council altogether.
Right.
Councillor Carr and I are returning, but to talk to staff about how you felt and what you'd like to see in the neighborhood as you moved in also, so that it was very clear to the neighborhood in moving forward that's policy for another day. But I'm asking you specifically in terms of this project, do you see that being, something you had talked about? It was unfortunate that there wasn't more education. I wonder if you also had concerns that it was unfortunate that there maybe wasn't more conversation. And I'm not putting that on the hospice. I'm putting that on a relationship that maybe we need to look at policy later on. Do you wish that those conversations had happened ahead of time?
I wish the conversation of being asked about hospice, that would have been really beneficial. We were tied up with all the restrictions that were being put on us when we did move to that lot, because we weren't allowed to have that second floor. We had to dig down. So we were very low, and even though there was a house on the corner there we were way higher than what we had. So we were really trying to fit in with what you were telling us to do. So I never imagined beyond my wildest dreams that down the road we were going to have this huge, tall building next to us. That wouldn't have occurred to us, more than 5 years ago when we started this. It was a long time ago. And we've had a lot of people helping us, as you can tell, and people with good expertise.
Yes, I'm not questioning that. I'm just trying to understand. So thank you for sharing.
No, I think the education part, and it's not just the council that hasn't been educated. We know.
Well, I mean the whole city.
That's all the time for those questions. Thank you. You do have more questions?
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Is that it?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for coming. A couple points that were brought up from the proponent talking about having a suite in the facility used for the hospice. Do you see that as something that would be utilized by the hospice, of having a suite for short-term rentals for family members? Do you think is that something that could be a good thing for the hospice, a need that's missing? Or do you think that's something that's just been brought forward that you don't think is a need for the hospice?
I've never heard that expressed by any of the families. As I say, just in the last year with ups and downs, I haven't been in the hospice as much as I was at the beginning.
Yep.
And I don't really see that being
a need.
No, not at all. No.
Okay. And second thing, when you talked about 2003, when you're bringing the hospice and you're talking about the second floor,
right?
Is the long-term plan for if this has to be rebuilt, the hospice? Would you look to build more capacity or no?
No. Our vision is for this small home away from home
neighborhoods.
And there are bigger hospices if people want to go to the big places. No, I think the vision would be to have another small one somewhere else.
Okay,
I think it works perfectly the way it is.
Perfect. And some of the concerns, parking, the alley, how did you deal with those concerns when you brought the hospice in? Because if I was a single-family resident in those days, you would probably have the same concerns. The traffic of the hospice, the emergency vehicles using a small alley, the amount of staff parking on Connaught. So I'm just wondering how you were able to deal with that when you first brought your hospice into
With the neighbours, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely had discussion with neighbours, and there was concern, there was support, but there was both sides. But once we had, and we did have the open house and everything, and answered all their questions. Once the home was up and running, they were quite relieved. Really didn't, have any problems.
Okay. And do you see that as being a possibility with this project as well, or no?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have one quick question. In regards to site selection, when the idea came to create space for people to die, in a space that feels like home, I really appreciate that those were your comments when you began tonight. Can you share a little bit about the process of how you chose this site? So how many other properties did you look at or not look at? And because we have heard many comments that this is on an arterial, and so therefore makes sense with this development. And I'm wondering, what was that consideration when you came up with the idea?
Well, there was a combination of considerations. Of course, price was one. And I know that this Shaughnessy is high price, but that's why we ended up on Granville Street, and the house had been, there were nearly squatters there. It was derelict. It was really not lived in for quite some time. So we did, don't ask me the price we paid, but it was better than most of the properties that we'd looked at. We'd looked at properties down by Southwest Marine Drive, in the land's down there somewhere. Where the horses are. Yeah, Southlands.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd looked in other locations too. We'd looked at some land at one of the churches at Butus and 57th. They were thinking of dividing some land there. So, but I can't give you all, it's a long time ago. So I'm not sure where else we were looking. Okay. But we were, when we found this place, that the price was manageable for us.
Right.
Yeah, we would have loved somebody to donate a house to us, because that has happened before in other countries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's very helpful. And those are all your questions. Okay. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much. And I do urge you to be on the side of the hospice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next we hear from speaker number 69, Gabby Iru. Thank you.
Hello. I'm very honoured to follow Sue Hurd and Sue Wong, who were really visionaries in this. And in answer to some of the questions, lots of people want to die at home, and medically it's not feasible. So it's really vital to have a home from home. My name is Gaby Iru. I'm director of Record Me Now, which is a legacy app. Since March this year, I've fielded 11,000 personal emails from people who are dying. So I think I'm able to talk about that perspective quite strongly. I also teach medical students in working with dying people. I'm very proud of the hospice. It's an amazing place. And the truth is, whether we're knitting, whether we're on the phone, whether we're looking away, whether this is our work or this is our play, we're all going to die. The hospice is not just here for the person who's dying. It also looks after the families. It looks after the children. And I was really proud to be on the children's grief group so that children could come to the place where their parent had died or was dying, and they could actually talk about their feelings and throw a shoe or make some tinsel or write a letter to their dead parents. And it wouldn't be a terrifying place. It would be a home from home. And they would work out how they were possibly going to make the life going forward. I was nearly late tonight, as palliative care is not an exact science, but it is a work of care and extreme love. When people die, more than anything, we wish them a peaceful death. I have zero problem with building. I have enormous problem with the scale and the scope suggested. If it had been less peaceful, I personally would not have heard the words of my friend who died at 28 from leukemia. If it had been less peaceful, in a dying setting, I would not have heard my grandma's last breath or my dad's last words. And I don't see, just knowing how the medical profession works and knowing how volunteers work and knowing how hard these people worked to get fundraising, how the hospice will possibly stay open if this building work happens. You can ask me about the building work, or whether it's about the noise, or whether it's about the traction, or it's about the parking, or it's about the diggers. I don't know. But I can tell you that we need to look after people. It needs to be ongoing. And that's really all that I need to say, except that I strongly oppose the motion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Iru. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 70, Sandra Crompton, followed by Janice Oakley. Hello, Ms. Crompton. You'll have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm not a public speaker. My name is Sandra Crompton, and I'm speaking against this proposal. And to do with the question earlier, I live in a housing cooperative that my husband and I helped build 45 years ago. So we do live, people who have made hospice a home do come from different areas of the city and different walks of life. Vancouver Hospice was a haven for the last 3 months of my husband's life. I burned out after my husband, Doug, spent 2 months in the VGH palliative care unit, had 2 spine surgeries, and came home bedridden to a hospital bed set up in our living room. I looked after him at home for 6 months until I could no longer. Hospice gave us the gift of being able to be together at the end of our 53 years as husband and wife and best friends. Hospice became a sanctuary where our family and friends could gather and be together without me constantly managing Doug's medication, trying to prepare food that appealed, buying and keeping supplies for his care on hand, and caregivers coming and going through our front door, for which I was thankful. However, life and needs don't happen on caregiver schedules. I live in the Killarney area. Our eldest son teaches near UBC, and our youngest son works downtown, and he and his family live in False Creek. Vancouver Hospice is a wonderfully central location that made frequent visiting easier for our sons and their families. The drive was relatively easy for me by using 33rd Avenue as my route. We were offered a spot at the UBC Hospice, but I knew that, particularly in my fragile state at the time, Doug went into hospice, I would have added greatly to that stress by having to drive to and from UBC every day. Driving every day was a new experience for me. Doug loved to drive, and I was content to let him. I had been a transit user through my working life. The room that Doug was in had a little outside deck.
He couldn't get out there, but we could have the door open on most days to watch and hear the birds and enjoy the garden lovingly cared for by the volunteers. We put a photo wall up and displayed his photos of our travels, which we changed every week. He enjoyed showing them to staff and volunteers and answering their questions about them. The staff was amazing and finding ways to tempt his appetite and encourage him to drink his milk. He drank so much milk. There was also a hide-a-bed so that I was able to move in and stay full-time with Doug as his time drew to an end. There is no way I can thank the Vancouver Hospice's staff and volunteers for the gift of the special time with the love of my life as our life together drew to a close. We are a nuclear family. No clan of relatives to help with the caring of very sick patients. I think that it is probably the case for a lot of Vancouverites. And death is not just for the aging. Anne was a delightful young woman in the room next to Doug, trying to live her life as best as she could with what time she had left. The service and love that the Vancouver Hospice provides is essential in so many ways. It cares for the dying, frees up strained communities' resources, as well as helping prevent long, expensive hospital stays. Vancouver Hospice needs to continue its work uninterrupted to provide this absolutely essential service to our city. I know housing is desperately needed, but the scale of the proposed development is overpowering the gentle presence of its neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Speaker 71, Janice Oakley, followed by Philip Long. Janice Oakley. Okay, Philip Long, you're up.
Thank you, Your Worship and council members. This is nice. My name is Philip Long. I'm a retired physician, and my family has lived for 63 years at 4450 Granville Street, which is 1 block away from the present rezoning application. I've previously written to all of you concerning my advocacy for the development of rental or affordable housing in Shaughnessy.
Sorry, Mr. Long, would you just pause for 1 minute? We've just got an issue with quorum, do we? Yeah. We're okay. Can you stay in the room? Oh, no, we've got one. Yeah, we'll need you to stay, Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you. Okay, sorry for the interruption.
I was at the point of saying I'm definitely for the development of rental housing in Shaughnessy, but I'm against the current application. And I'd like to, fortunately for council, all the points of my speech were covered mostly this evening. The problem I had with this application is that I didn't think it was a rental application. This has been confirmed by that pre-sale ad by Mike Stewart that has already been discussed. And here he was advertising, you already know this, these rental units for sale as private condo units. I have copies for this if you so desire. We skip ahead 2 pages in my speech. Secondly, I oppose the proposed condo development for next to the hospice. As a physician, I know what it's like to watch people die, and I know that in a hospital, although we drug people with opioids, they're exquisitely sensitive to noise. The proposed solution, the end of my talk now, I'd like to propose 3 solutions to City Council that would specifically address the problem of rezoning for this rental housing development. One is to plug a loophole in your regulations. I propose that City Council clearly stipulate that rezoned rental units must be used for rental housing for a term of 6 years or the life of the building, and that's already in your regulations. What you're missing is this loophole. These rental units cannot be sold to a buyer to live in by paying rent back to himself. Because if you're paying rent to yourself, that's not a rental unit. You're buying a condo. Your current regulations don't prevent that. Secondly, there was a footnote by the other speakers. There are 3 properties 1 block away from the 4575 Granville that are for sale, and that the total lot sale is 185 feet by 175 foot. That lot is much larger than the current proposed condo development, and if you're, as I am, if you're proposing rental housing, they'd be more suitable. Finally, I'd like to propose that the experimental rezoning of most of Vancouver for duplex housing not be allowed to expire next month. Instead, in order to increase the number of rental units in Vancouver, I propose that this experimental bylaw be continued. And there we would have amazing increase in the potential for rental development in Vancouver. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to Council this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long.
Any questions?
No questions, thank you. Speaker number 73, Tavita Hemraj. She's at work. Okay, thank you. Speaker number 74, David Gooderham. Gooderham, probably. Thank you, Mr. Gooderham. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
5 minutes when you're ready.
Chair, councillors, my name is David Gooderham. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I've been a supporter of the hospice since before it was built. I oppose this application. There are, I suggest, 3 parts to this matter. There's the interest of the applicant, the landowner, the interest of the hospice, and the public interest. You are charged with protecting the public interest. The interest of the owner is to make money. This is a commercial land development, but they have no vested right to proceed with this massive development without an exceptional and novel dispensation by the city, which will greatly increase its value. The interest of the hospice is to care for people who are dying. You have heard from others tonight who speak sensitively of that matter, and I won't take your time to talk about that. The public interest, as it is described here, includes a number of things. 1, to ensure that Vancouver's housing stock increases, to enlarge the stock of affordable rental housing, we are told, simultaneously to advance that goal while increasing density, and to do all that in a way that advances transportation mode goals. The last 2 goals, density and transportation mode goals, are, we are told, central to achieving vital objectives related to addressing carbon emissions, that is, climate change. Those are important objectives. And so, we are told, to advance these overarching objectives, we must be prepared to sacrifice, if necessary, the particular interests that get in the way, such as, in this case, the interests of the hospice. But are these public interests really as they are presented? Yes, this project will mean 21 more units of housing. Low cost, $3,700 a month for a 1-bedroom. I asked a young doctor who has moved to Port Moody, lived all his life in Vancouver, how he would regard $3,700 a month rental in the scale of affordability. He laughed. So this is housing for the relatively well-off in Vancouver people. It achieves density. But why is this location so vital? The goal to alter our transportation modes is absolutely crucial for climate goals. The aim is to get people out of cars and access to mass transit or walking distances. It is a fantasy that this site meets those goals. These units are being offered with 32 parking spaces. They are kilometers away from shopping. This is a deep-cut, emissions-intensive concrete foundation to accommodate the cars. This is a classic, business-as-usual bit of land development. wired into a carbon-intensive mode of city living, obviously car-dependent. People who can afford $3,700 a month rent have no incentive to get away from their cars. The sunk emission, the sunk carbon emissions, that's the construction, the concrete, will take years to pay off by the number of lucky inhabitants who decide to take the bus instead of driving. A meaningful project to achieve the important goals that I've noted would be designed from inception to cater to people truly lower income, placed at a location truly suited to avoiding car dependency, linked by walking to the normal things we need, and not expending 10 years of emissions to dig a hole and fill it with concrete to park cars. This is just a profitable real estate development. It is misleading to portray it as part of a noble climate plan or as a transition of our city. We are in a climate emergency. The deep cuts needed within the next 12 years are massive. Let us not pretend that a routine real estate development in one of the richest neighborhoods in Canada is going to contribute in any sense to getting us there. In light of that, I would suggest that in this case, the overriding and primary public interest in this case is to cherish and protect this very special place where people come to end their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goodham. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 75, Andrea Baxendale, followed by Margaret McLennan. Hello, Ms. Baxendale.
Hi there, Andrea Baxendale. I'm opposed to the proposed development, 4575 Granville. I've been listening, I was here last week as well, and listening to, the talk about affordability, and it was touched on very early on about how the hospice runs itself, and I would actually put to council that the hospice is in fact affordable housing for our most vulnerable people. It was talked about how the cost of it is the MSP premium of $32 a day, and if you can't afford that, then you are able to put in for relief, and they have a program in place to help people with that. As opposed to what the gentleman just said before me, which is $3,700 up to $3,700 a month, not affordable to everybody. And we've heard from speakers previously that have talked about being engineers and how they can afford it, but that's not about affordability. That's about placement. And personally, at present, I live in Vancouver. I grew up in Vancouver, and I'm very attached to my city. I love the city of Vancouver. I live across the lane from a development right now, and they have excavated down to accommodate the parking and build the foundation for the building. It is excruciating to live there. It's noise like I've never experienced, and it's all day. They go from 7:30, they start on the dot. They can go to 8 o'clock at night, as you know from the bylaws. They get exemptions on the weekend to work longer. There's no reprieve from this. And it's in addition to the noise is the trucks, the traffic, the disruption that's all around us. And I don't blame the construction guys. They're there to do a job. And I think, they live within the bylaws of what they can do. And to say that we'll try and, accommodate the hospice. I recently lost my father to ALS. It was the most stressful thing I've experienced. And I couldn't have imagined it, We've heard from so many people who work with the dying, who are there to support, and it's not just our elderly. A good friend of mine lost her daughter-in-law to brain cancer at 25. So the hospice reaches across our city, across socioeconomic and ages, and it's available to everyone. So if we're talking about displacing 150 people a year, which in my mind, from my own personal experience, I would not put my father into a facility that was next to a construction site like that. I think that would be cruel, and it wouldn't be, you wouldn't be able to utilize the facility, which is, you know, as we've talked about, sitting there eating. The ground shakes, like our entire building shakes when they do a lot of the work. So it's not feasible to put people in their most vulnerable at the end of their lives and ask them to do that. It's heartbreaking to me. I feel like, you know, we can't keep dropping housing in amongst our neighborhoods and not having the support. And I loved what someone said earlier, because I've been thinking about it, and that is the ripple effect. Sue talked about the ripple effect that goes out. You do not just affect the 150 people that go there. It's their families, it's their children, it's their friends, it's society in general, because people go out and live in society. And when we support one another and are there for one another, you know, that has a far-reaching effect. So, you know, I understand we have a affordability problem in Vancouver, I do, but I've been to the site. I've had the privilege of going into the hospice, and it was a privilege to be there. My dad had looked at going there. He died prematurely at home, but that would have been his choice, you know, to die peacefully, surrounded by love and with dignity. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in. We'll hear now from speaker number 76, Margaret McLennan. Okay, I don't see anybody coming in. We'll move on to speaker number 78, Patricia Richardson, followed by Geraldine Webb. Hi, good evening. You have 5 minutes and your timer starts now.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. I realize that I'm number 78 out of 80, and I think that you...
Yes. Oh, okay. We'll have you go right after. Please continue.
Thank you again for the privilege of speaking before council. I want to thank very much speaker number 74 and number 75. I don't think I can add a lot more to what they have said, other than to tell you about my own experience. My name is Pat Richardson. I'm a palliative care nurse, and I provided palliative care to people in Vancouver over the last decades in a variety of settings and roles, including palliative care nurse on consult teams at VGH and Providence Healthcare, home care nursing in the community. And in the past, I was a clinical lead at Marion Hospice, which was located in Windermere, opposite VGH on West 12th a number of years ago before it subsequently moved to UBC. I'm presently and officially retired as of June 6th, and for the last year and a half, I've been the clinical coordinator at Vancouver Hospice. So I did want to speak this evening to let you know that I do oppose the development of the property next door. I am certainly not opposed to development in Vancouver. In fact, most of the decades that I worked as a home care nurse and on teams in the hospitals, I didn't live in Vancouver because my family and I couldn't afford to live in Vancouver either. It's only been in about the last 10 years that I think we moved to Vancouver. So I'm very supportive of young people. I'm very supportive of affordable housing. I just wanted to clarify that, because my husband told me that he heard a reporter speak to Stephen Quinn yesterday morning, and that most of the people speaking here, he said, were, what did he say? They were old elites. So I just wanted to assure you that I may be old, but I am definitely not elite. So just wanted to clarify that before I express my concerns to you. My first one is access. I know that you've heard a lot about the single lane behind the hospice. And because I am the clinical coordinator, I have been involved with a lot of coordination of traffic up and down the lane. And I know that you've been hearing conflicting reports about it, but I have to say that regularly, at any given time, people are backing up or moving forward to let another car come up the lane or down the lane. We certainly have city vehicles for garbage and recycling. We have ambulances, we have hearses, we have local traffic, we have deliveries, and we certainly, for us, we have many families visiting and using our 6-car parking lot, which I must clarify for everybody is not used for staff at all. It's used for our families. So on to back to my actually concern about access, which is quite time consuming. I'm concerned that the increased congestion will frustrate and disrupt our clients, patients, families trying to move into our hospice and family members trying to visit their loved ones. The arrival and departure of hearses will also be more challenging and more time consuming. The lane itself, I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to see the lane. Or the sites. I'm not sure if you have these photographs. You do have them, so I don't need to circulate them. So you are people, I don't know, can you see them? Or do you
You're welcome to give them to the clerk and they can be handed around.
Thanks very much. I just know that I understand that visuals are sometimes much more helpful if you haven't had an opportunity to drive up that lane. But it is a challenge, and I am concerned in the future for safety, actually. Certainly welcome to more housing and affordable housing for children and our grandchildren and those who follow us. But I am concerned just about traffic safety if there are children living in that 21 proposed townhouse site, just for the amount of space that they may have. I will talk about it later. I do understand that the developer proposed that if there's a playground that children may use it. But in fact, we don't have many children visiting our hospice. And when they do, it's intimate time with family, and they're usually not out playing in a playground. And I'm just not sure how that would really affect our patient population and our family population. But I did want to thank the developer for that.
You have about 10 seconds to wrap up your
dear,
comments.
I wanted to talk about closure during construction. I'll be really quick. This would mean Vancouver would lose about 25% of hospice beds, and we know by the year 2020 that we will need 20 more beds than we now have. So if we lose 8, we will really be in big difficulty. Noise is a huge issue. Everybody's talked about that. I did want to give you stats. Our average length of stay is 18 to 24 days. So we're talking last weeks of life for people.
Thank you, Mrs. Richardson.
And the vast majority come from all over
I'll have to ask you to wrap up there.
Okay,
thank you so much for coming in. And there are no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Can I submit this? Because there are some stats that you might find useful.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not really a public speaker on a regular
you did
basis.
great.
Thank
No
you.
problem. So next up is Geraldine Webb. Hi there. Welcome. Speaker number 80, is that right?
Thank you.
Okay, great. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I am Dr. Jerry DeStefano Weber. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Good evening. I really appreciate what this council is affording us, a public platform to be able to speak and to let our real deepest thoughts known. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I am opposed to this development. I am not opposed to development, and we'll get to that later, but I am opposed to this one. I immigrated to Canada from the USA in search of a more humane society. After working for nearly 40 years in the area of social justice and social services there, I was present to how the political structure and practices of a city and ultimately a country can erode any hope of a safety net for its citizens, especially those most marginalized and vulnerable. Well, all you have to do is look across the border to see what that kind of erosion looks like. I have been a volunteer with VHS for almost 10 years. Hospice is very near to my heart. I've watched far too many people die in my life without benefit of family and friends near. And I'm also clear that we live in a North American culture that still has challenges dealing with the dying and death. I'm a renter. I have been a renter for the last 24 years. I love Vancouver, It's always been a city with a heart. I'm 72 years old. In the last 6 years, I've had to move 3 times as foreign owners sold properties out from under us. Sometimes in as little time as 2 years, and this despite initial assurances of long tenancies. There are so many empty apartments, townhouses, and single dwellings in this city. And this is just one of the elephants in this room. I don't mind people investing their money in property. I do mind that there are properties standing empty. I mind that schools in ghost neighborhoods are closing. I mind that small businesses are closing due to a lack of employees not able to find affordable housing. I don't have an issue with building affordable housing. Vancouver needs it desperately. But is this development with rents beginning at $1,900 and soaring upwards to $3,700 really considered affordable? Is there any heart left here in this chambers, city, country? I repeat, I am a renter and I am dying. We are all dying. Day by day, we draw closer to the inevitable. I will not have the option of dying at home. I will not die in a hospital. I will die in a hospice. And specifically, this hospice. These people are part of my community, my village. They love me and my family, and they will support me in my final moments. Hopefully, and most essentially, in an environment that is peaceful. Our dying see and smell and feel the nature around them. Their dying breath is filled with the sweet smells and memories of home. This is our birthright and our death right. Is there any heart left here in this chambers, city, country? I am dying, and in your hands and in your hearts lies the way in which I will die. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Webb. We have speaker number 81, Joelle Kaloff.
Kaloff, thank you.
Kaloff.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Good evening, Council and Chair. I am speaking in support of the development application tonight and would like to reference an article published in the Georgia Straight on May 22nd. The article states that a representative for the VHS submitted a letter of warning to City Council stating the adverse effects of the development may lead to the closure of the end-of-life care facility, that this rezoning application seriously threatens the continuing operation of our highly respected and essential healthcare facility in Vancouver, and that the project's direct proximity to the hospice could be fatal to the institution. In October of 2018, the VHS said the residential project would loom over the facility and cause ongoing and undue hardship, stress, and anxiety to more than 150 people facing death who seek the carefully balanced serenity of the place each year, and that it would be similarly distressing for the hundreds of family members, friends, and bereaved individuals who we also serve. If VHS is referring to noise or construction dust, both of those are temporary and they're manageable and have likely been demonstrated as such since the VHS was opened in 2014. In the past 5 years of its operation, I would assume that adjacent sites and surrounding infrastructure have experienced typical levels of street maintenance and daily activity. In its 5 years of existence, this combination of activity and noise has never caused the VHS to cease operations. I don't believe anyone supporting this development is questioning the sensitivity and level of care required to operate a facility like the VHS. The VHS should be applauded for their efforts to protect the needs and interests of their patients. But the notion that a 21-unit rental townhouse development will have even a hint of the implied negative impact to its operations, as the VHS is warning, does need to be challenged. Council, I am 45 years old, and I have had the privilege of assisting each of my 4 deceased grandparents during their end-of-life stages. 1 died at home, 1 died in hospital, and 2 passed away in facilities almost identical to the VHS. 1 right here in Vancouver, in fact, and 1 in Winnipeg. The years that I spent with my grandparents in their respective end-of-life facilities were also situated in residential neighborhoods along major arterial roads and corridors. And over the days and weeks and months that my grandparents were in care, life carried on inside the walls of those facilities. And the focus was always placed on the moments and the memories that we created inside the facility, with visiting family and the nurturing support of incredible staff. Occasional noise, traffic disruption, even the loud chatter of family and neighbors making their way around the block during those times are not what my grandparents would remember, and it's nothing that my family and I have ever spoken of as part of those memories. I'd also like to mention my 92-year-old great-auntie Etta lives in an assisted care facility in Vancouver here, and she has often told me how much she enjoys watching the workers construct a 4-story condo building in the adjacent lot. She tells me that she loves to watch the progress, and she marvels at the changes to the building over the weeks. And my great-aunt suffers from medical and emotional challenges that residents of the VHS likely face. She knows she is in her final stages of life, and she has a few okay days, and she has lots of horrible days. If I were to ask her if the condo building construction or the new neighbors next door were at any time threatening or negatively impacting her quality of life or her ability to receive compassionate care, she would ask me if I was losing my marbles. This idea that new neighbors in a rental project will add hardship, anxiety, and stress to the patients at VHS assumes the character and conduct of these neighbors will be in opposition to the needs of the VHS. If these assumptions are based on any tangible physical or health-related concern, the VHS should absolutely identify and detail those concerns for council's review, and I have confidence that the developer will work with the VHS to satisfy their concerns.
Okay, you're just at the 5 minutes.
But if this idea that the new neighbors in a rental project will add hardship, anxiety, and stress to these patients because they are renters, that is a very dangerous path to travel down for council and this community. I too am a renter, and it is possible that some of the amazing staff and volunteers who work at VHS just might be able to rent one of these units. I'm pretty sure they're renters too. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for coming in. And we are now at speaker number 82, Anna Fedler. I'm not going to get this one.
It's Anna Feglerska.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Anna Feglerska. I'm here to speak against the proposed development. I sit on the board of the Vancouver Hospice Society. I sit on the board and I'm here because I like the idea of a hospice and I like this particular hospice. This organization is amazing. The people who build it and those who now run it are amazing. They're the kind of people that make good things happen, the kind of people that make communities happen for all of us. It was hard work to build this hospice. It took 14 years from the concept to the first patient. 14 years of hard work and relentless fundraising. It took hundreds of volunteers, as you've heard. People who selflessly gave their time and money to make it happen. And yet it may only take a moment to destroy it all. And to what end? So that one family may win the real estate lottery, and a few people connected to their project may reap the financial benefits along with them. Everyone else will lose. The community will lose. The city will lose. Even the notional beneficiary, the person who can't afford to live in Vancouver, they will lose too. Because this project will not solve their problem. It will not be a source of affordable rental housing. It is not a problem to rent an apartment in Vancouver for $3,500. It is a problem to rent a place in Vancouver for $1,500. This project does not solve the actual problem. We'll all lose if this project goes ahead. Of course, the hospice will be the biggest loser of all. And at a time when everyone agrees at all levels of government that palliative care should be a priority, that there are not enough hospices and not enough hospice beds. Now more than ever, the city should do all it can to protect the hospice, not attempt to harm it. I say that the city should not pave the way to destroy some 20 years of extraordinary human effort to create a very special place that is central to our community. And by our community, I mean Vancouver. Please consider the greater good. Please let the welfare of the many triumph over a narrow self-interest of the few. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. So that does bring us to the end of our speakers list. We had a withdraw for speaker number 83 come in by email, so that is the end of our speakers list. So we'll be moving on to ask if there's anybody who would like to speak. So I'll begin by asking, are there any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak at council? And may I ask in the gallery if there could be hands raised so do we have a sense of how many there are? 3, maybe 4? Okay, great, thank you.
My name is Jane
And you
Wong.
have yet to speak on this item?
Pardon?
You have yet to speak on this item,
I've never
correct?
spoken on the item.
Okay.
And I'm not going to take a lot of your time.
No problem.
We are nearing the end of a long, exhausting process for us.
Sorry, before you begin, would you mind saying your name, first and last name?
My name is Jane Wong, and I'm opposed to this project. We are nearing the end of a long, exhausting process for everyone. I did have some other points to make, but in the interest of time, I just would like to say one thing. A long overdue citywide planning strategy is in process, and this is an excellent idea. This is a temporary rezoning policy that is going to be phased out as soon as the remaining applications come before City Council. All of the applications so far have been passed with little objection. It is our understanding that each project proposed under this policy is judged on its own merit and can be rejected. 2 councillors did vote against sending it to public hearing. This has been a contentious hearing because the stakes are high and the decision is irreversible. You are not the council that implemented this policy, which has resulted in a proposal to cram 21 townhouses onto a single-family lot that is not compatible with a hospice, which was built over 6 years ago with the city's advice and assistance to ensure it was totally compatible with our neighbors and the surrounding community. And no one would have anticipated a spot rezoning this time later. You are a new, smart, diverse, enthusiastic council that ran for election because you wanted to make a difference and contribute to making Vancouver a better place for everyone. This is your chance to make a difference. Please reject this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional speakers to this item who wish to speak to council? Simon, come for a bit. Just 1 second. Thank you. Simon, did you already speak at the beginning?
I did not. I responded to inquiries about hospices and their integration into different building structures.
Okay, I seem to remember. I'm going to just check with the clerk. Okay, and I apologize, I'm not calling you by your last name. I don't remember your last name.
Yeah, my name is Simin Tabrizi.
Tabrizi, right, Miss Tabrizi. So, can I just, thanks. So, I seem to remember you stood up and spoke with the chair of the board for the Vancouver Hospice Society.
So the chair was asked the question about integration of hospices in the community and in various buildings.
The chair spoke up to speak on behalf of an organization, so he was given 8 minutes. And then you were part of that organization because it's up to 3 people.
No, he represented the organization, and the organization has many members. So I am the executive director of the society, and I just want to address 2 points because the questions have been raised, and I thought maybe I could clarify that.
I understand what you're saying. I have a point of order, so I'll deal with the point of order. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the. Yes, exactly. But I have to state my point of order. So my point of order would be under public hearing procedure. It's my understanding that at that time those members are listed for the 8 minutes to speak. Chair Bly, you would need to have those people with you, and the clerks would need to note that. So if the current speaker was noted in that group, it's my understanding that we can't really go back in time and do that. And because this is a legal process, I'm sorry to be a stickler, but I just wanted to support you in that, given that I had that information right here.
Thank you very much.
There weren't 3 people standing here. There was only the chair representing the.
Unfortunately, because you were standing next to him, it does imply that you were part of the group that he was representing, which is why he got to speak for 8 minutes. If you're addressing a couple of the points that have been brought up in this hearing, I wonder if you would consider emailing in your responses to everybody so that they can understand what you were going to say. You said you had 2 points to address? Okay, if I may have you email in those responses to all of council, and we'll be sure to read them and consider them in the deliberation.
Point of information.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I was just hoping that you could maybe, through you to the clerk, if possible, clarify when the correspondence and any emails that come to us through the public hearing process closes, because I wouldn't want the public to think that they could email us beyond that process.
So once we call for speakers 3 times, you will have 15 minutes to respond in with those points. So perhaps if that's something you could do right away.
So are you saying that I should just wait and then come back?
No, I'm saying you should email right now if you can on your mobile device or an email, or write it down and submit in writing what the responses are. We're just under a public hearing, so there's a lot of process and that we have to follow in order for this to be. Would you mind submitting in writing, and we can photocopy the notes that you have? I had to take under the advice of the clerk. I'm very sorry. Yes, go ahead.
This is a legal process, and I understand. I appreciate the information that is provided through you, Chair Bly, from our deputy city manager and our staff. But I asked a legal question earlier this evening. I understand that there's no one here from legal who's taking the. Okay, there's no one here from legal at this moment to answer this question, and because it could jeopardize the public hearing, and because I have seen that happen before, any member of the public could question us if we do not if we do not abide by the laws of the public hearing. I just wanted to ask if we could even do that without hearing from legal. I suppose we'd have to take a recess and see if legal was around, but it's up to you. I'd support your ruling on that, but I also was just asking if that was correct. That we would need a legal opinion on that, and there are no legal staff here to give that.
I think we're okay. I think we're okay with the decision that's been made, but thank you very much. So we're going to go ahead and ask for if there's any additional speakers. There may be more time if those responses can be emailed in, because we're waiting until speakers are done speaking, so there's quite a bit of time there. Yes. Councillor Swanson.
I was just going to say maybe the speaker could give her 2 points to another speaker who hasn't spoken.
I'm going to leave it to them to figure it out. Thank you. Okay, so are there any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak? Yes, please come and state your name. Thank you.
I was born in Vancouver. I've lived here most of my life. I'm not associated with the hospice other than emotionally, and more as a donor than anything else. I haven't had any of my family members die there, but I have benefited from the hospice through their outreach programs. I'm opposed to this rezoning application, which is directly adjacent to the Vancouver Hospice. As you've heard many times from people, 150 to 170 people and their families rely on the hospice annually. The hospice provides a tranquil place of peaceful privacy for the dying and their families in their last days. I have experienced the deaths of my husband and a friend, both in VGH ICU. My husband died unexpectedly 3.5 months after he went into hospital for just a biopsy. My father died in UBC ER, and my mother died at home because she refused to go anywhere. I also visited dying friends in hospital palliative care wards, St. Paul's and Lions Gate. And for 5 months, I visited my brother in Prague and cared for him daily. When he had a wound in his foot, I changed the dressing every day. And when I left him a year ago in May, he was under the threat of having half of his leg amputated. Fortunately, he's gotten better and he has private nursing care at home. I'll be going to see him in August. So I do understand what it is like to care for people at home. From these experiences, I know the enormous effect a tranquil place of death and even being ill can have on the dying and their survivors. Death in a non-hospice setting is not only difficult for the dying, but it haunts their survivors. I visited the hospice on Granville and could sense the calm oasis it provides. Friends whose husbands died in hospice were better able to accept their husbands' deaths due to its tranquil surroundings. As I said, I benefited personally from the Vancouver Hospice's supportive bereavement walking program. VHS volunteers helped me grieve, and I made new friends amongst other bereaved walkers following my husband's death 4 years ago on Father's Day. I never hesitate to recommend the VHS program, knowing that many others have benefited from it since it began in 2005. I have supported the VHS for over 10 years through both donations of clothing and small items from home and purchases. After my mother's death in 2010, I donated 16 bags of her clothing. I hardly saw them there afterwards, so I think they were snapped up pretty quickly. I also shop there and proudly wear Hob clothes. The volunteers behind VHS worked diligently for years to raise funds, acquire their single-family property on Granville Street, conform with all neighborhood requirements, and finally build the hospice of their dreams. It was only after the hospice was built that it secured provincial funding. So these women did an incredible service for the community, and it's something that I fear will be lost if this rezoning goes ahead. I urge Council to reject the application to rezone this property. The rezoning request seeking this proposed development greatly exceeds the property's single-family status. There are many other locations. One speaker pointed out 250 kilometers of arterial potential rezoning places in the city. there are many other locations in this city where such a development will not have such a devastating effect as allowing this development on this lot will have. Building a nearly 4-story, 21-unit townhouse development adjacent to the hospice would destroy its tranquility, jeopardize the programs VHS offers to the community, and reduce VHS's 38 available hospice beds by nearly 25%. And I want to say that there are many people that are in the community, and I met somebody today when I went to a film at VIF, and I just started chatting with her, and I told her I was coming here tonight, and she said, I couldn't come because I would get far too emotional because, I lost a family member in the hospice, and what it meant to me was just inestimable. She couldn't come to speak, so I feel like I'm speaking on her behalf. I'm channeling her emotion, and I haven't even had a family member die there, but it's a really vital service and something that's hugely needed in this city, and we would lose a huge percentage of their capacity for hospice beds in the city if this goes forward. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much for speaking to us today. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Oh,
Yes, madam.
Sorry, sir. Are you? Could you state your name, please?
My name is Begwin. I'm a resident of Vancouver for last 45 years.
Can I ask you a question? We're just the clerk's querying your relationship to the project.
I have my own personal experience regarding renting the places in west side of Vancouver.
So you have no direct affiliation with the owners of the project?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Thank you.
I don't have it.
Okay.
But I just, being a resident of Vancouver, I'm giving you my personal feelings, and I faced a problem. I can explain you what happened. I have a son and my daughter-in-law. They both are doctors. They have been living in Burnaby. They want to send their kids to West Side and York School. So they wanted to move in last 6 months. They wanted to move to the west side of Vancouver. And it was so hard for us to rent a place in west side. There was no place available for last 6 months to them, although they were ready and willing to pay top class rent. After 6 months, they just rented a place in Arbutus Village for $4,000. 25, 30 years old place. So if in case in west side, if we see prices are so high, of land value is so high, and no builder even affords to build in west side for renting purpose. If somebody has offered cities some units to build for rental family purposes, where somebody can rent a place with the 2 kids, with the 3 kids, I think it's very good. I'm just giving you my own example, which I faced for my son. So I'm in favor of the development. I think it's not a bad idea because it will give 21 families rental places. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for coming in to speak.
Yes.
Are there any other speakers that wishes to speak to council on this? Yes, please. Please state your first and last name.
My name is Norman Bishop.
Norm Bishop?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here because I'm a neighbor. I live within 2 blocks of the proposed development and of the hospice, and I've lived there for 8 years. And I'm in support of this development because of that. Right now, when I go out to run my dog or when I'm going for a walk in the neighborhood, I don't really see very many people on the street. except for, of course, Granville Street, which is as busy as any 6-lane highway and just as loud. Off the street, there's really nobody around. It's what I would call a fairly dead neighborhood. I love the idea of this development because I believe it'll bring in new families, 21 new families, to add some life to the neighborhood. It's interesting. Just earlier this week, I got a call from a friend in Calgary who asked if she could come and stay with me with her daughter because her mother was dying of pancreatic cancer in the very hospice across the street from us. Of course, we said yes. I was away on a business trip. I got back and sat down with them, and I said, so, how's it going, and what do you think of the neighborhood? And they said, you know what, we find it incredibly vacant. They actually used the term sketchy because there was nobody on the streets, and they were walking at 9 p.m. I found it interesting that they were describing Shaughnessy as a sketchy neighborhood where they felt uncomfortable walking at 9 p.m. at night because nobody was out there. Beside me on Granville Street, there's some new construction. I think you should all take a look at what the alternative to this hospice is. What's being built directly beside me is a approximately 12,500 square foot single family home with an interior swimming pool, basically paved over, 3-car garage, all for one family. I think it's a shame that the development across the street should be the home of one family when it could be the home of 21 families. I grew up a renter in North Vancouver. I've been at several of the meetings. I've heard derogatory comments from people at those meetings about renters. I think it's the same old pushback. The people don't like change. And they're all for densification as long as it isn't in their neighborhood. I just see it and I hear it a lot. So in conclusion, I support this type of what I would call modest, gentle density that will allow my 3 daughters to live in the neighborhood. We'll also provide housing to keep our schools and universities thriving. I'm encouraged that the applicant is willing to work with the hospice on the construction program, and I believe the two can coexist together in the long term. By the way, the construction beside me is at the 20-month mark since it started. That's a single family home. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you very much for coming out, Mr. Bishop. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Bishop, you have a question, and I missed that. No, you have a question. Apologies, Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just had a question for you. Did I hear correctly? You live right on Granville Street, or do you live on a side street? Okay. And do you see it being beneficial to have more developments coming in on Granville Street or within the neighborhood proper?
Personally, I think it's inevitable. I like what's happened on Oak Street and Cambie Street. Granville is much busier than those main thoroughways, and I think what stopped it is that it's a Shaughnessy situation and not in my backyard. But yeah, I think it would be great. I think it would deaden the noise back into the neighborhood as well, and I think it's a great way to revitalize the neighborhood because there's not a lot of people walking on the streets.
Okay, and you were there, I think you said you've been in the neighborhood 5 years?
8.
8. Okay, so you were there before and when the hospice actually came into the neighborhood, is that right? Because they came in 2014, I believe.
I do remember signs being up.
Okay, and do you have any personal experience with what that was like in terms of how that was welcomed into the neighborhood of having a new use come in?
No, I don't, but I would assume they would have got the same kind of pushback that we're seeing today, where neighbors would not have liked the hospice moving into the neighborhood. I assume that. Maybe that's incorrect.
Okay, but you weren't aware of or engaged with that process at all at the time yourself? Okay.
No, I wasn't.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for being here. It's great to hear different perspectives.
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical for someone who probably fought this same process to get into the neighborhood to now not want anybody else to build anywhere near, beside them. I just find it hypocritical.
Great, thanks. Appreciate
it. Okay, you do have more questions, Mr. Bishop? Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks very much. That sparked a question for me as well. And you clearly stated from my notes here that you're in support of this project.
Yes.
So I asked someone who stated that they were against the project this question. So I think it's fair for me in my decision making to ask you the same question.
Sure.
And you touched on it a little bit, but I understand from the comments that some of the speakers that are directly connected to the hospice have made, and I'll ask staff about it. Actually, I'm typing out my questions now. They went through an open house. I'm not sure what type of process that was, if that was the same type of open house process that one would have to go through a rezoning application process. So I'm going to ask that question. But it's my understanding that it might never have come up that they would, the hospice, board of directors, people related to the hospice, the friends of the hospice, would have said at that time that construction in the neighborhood would be something they would oppose had the city agreed to their use. So you used some words to say that you felt it was, I believe it was ironic that those were the words that I had.
Maybe hypocritical.
Okay. Those were the words that you had, and we do ask that people don't impugn.
Nope.
I guess that's your opinion. So
Yeah, it's just my opinion.
My question specifically is do you think that then there needed to be a way that this was looked at, because it is a conditional use, and to kind of go back to that drawing board and have that conversation with them? And I ask that in terms of this specific project, obviously, in making my decision as to whether or not the city would have given them a conditional license if they were going to oppose construction in the neighborhood.
I think it's a great point. I think it's a great point.
I'm trying to be sensitive, so my apologies for taking a little bit longer, but thank you very much for answering my question.
Those are all your questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we had another speaker that was ready to speak. Would you like to come up now? And would you mind saying your name, please?
Hi, my name is Janice Oakley, and I appreciate the fortitude of this group of dedicated people here. I've watched all the hours of speaking and all the hours of listening, so thank you. I'm delivering this, these are the answers to some of the questions that had come up, and based on the personal experience of the executive director of Vancouver Hospice Society, Simon Tabrizi, she says the closure of the hospice is a certainty. That was answering one of the questions. Question 2, about our anticipation of the development. We did not anticipate the development of neighboring adjacent properties when we considered this location for the hospice. But we did anticipate the City of Vancouver would consider us a community asset and call on us when they became aware of the intention of the developer. In actual fact, the city only met with us after they had received the application and implicitly approved it for recommendation to the council. So those are answering people's questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question? Okay, you do have one question or you do have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
I stickler for the process. So you had said that you hadn't had any communication from staff until it was referred to council. So council dealt with the referral of the item, or was it because after we deal with a referral of an item, we're no longer allowed to talk about it with anyone here at council? So I'm just checking. Is it the referral of the item? So
is it the referral of the item?
Sorry. So you'll need to say that.
This is the acceptance of the application for the rezoning of the property.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those are your questions?
Sorry, one last question. Were you canvassed and invited to attend an open house?
Canvassed?
But what I mean by that was through the open house process, were you made aware of the open house? And did members of Vancouver Hospice, I'm just not sure if I'm allowed to ask these questions because I don't know if I have to ask some executive director, board member. Sorry, I'm trying to.
We're all connected at the hip.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Okay, good. I'm trying to respect process. My apologies.
Yeah.
I know it's very legal. I've had to go through this a few
of
times
course,
before.
as it should be.
So, was there that kind of communication?
We were invited. Yeah. We were out there with our signs and we were protesting, and we were in there and talking to people who were made available to us. We were basically at everything that we could be at when we were finally invited. Had we been invited before the plan was made, we probably could have had a more fulsome conversation about what would make sense beside a hospice. Is it 5 units? Is it 10? Can any kind of conversation before the fact that it was created and put before us would have been a conversation we would have been more than happy to take part in. I think one of the counselors here called it a fulsome conversation, and that really resonated with me. It resonated with all of us.
Thank you. I'm trying to, so the public open house, so there were public open houses that are associated to the process.
Mm-hmm.
So you attended. Our staff often attend those open houses. I mean, so does the applicant. So did members of the hospice have an opportunity to talk to our staff there? Because you said that
which staff?
That would have been before the moving forward, because you have to have the open house before staff will choose to move something forward to council.
Yeah.
So did they talk to you before that process?
Were we spoken to before that?
And I'll ask our staff this. I just don't want to not give you a chance to answer the same question.
You know what, Melissa, the question.
Sorry, no, I'm happy to ask the applicant. My apologies. That's why I said, can I ask you these questions? If you don't know the answers, that's fine.
Yeah.
You have a few minutes to email them in, 15 minutes after the speakers list closes. Sorry, also very illegal. We can't bend that rule, but I will ask our staff these questions because usually my understanding is that there's a public open house and our staff attend that, and they would look at the results of the open house before recommending anything to council. Just my recollection.
We need to close this up. Yeah, so.
Thank you very much, Chair Bly.
No problem. Okay, thank you. Those are all your questions. Thank you. So is there anybody else who would like to speak to this item before council? I'll ask the question 3 times. Are there any additional speakers for this item? Are there any additional speakers? Okay. Yes, come on.
Hi, my name's Udaya Madanaika, and I'd like to voice my support for this project. I'm a husband with my wife and 2 kids, and we've sort of been priced out of the city, and we'd like to move back. I grew up in Vancouver, and I'd like to move back here. We recently had to move out, and the rents. It's not even about affordable rents. We just want there's 0 vacancy out here, so yeah, we just want to come back. Any questions?
I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Okay. Are there any additional speakers for this item who would like to speak to council? Are there any additional speakers for this item who wish to speak to council? At final time, are there any additional speakers who would like to speak to council on this item? Okay. So sorry? No, it's okay right now. So seeing there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Anyone who wishes to submit written comments to council must do so within the next 15 minutes. A hard copy of your comments may be given to the clerk or emailed to publichearing@vancouver.ca. The comments should not exceed 1,500 words. The public comments will be assembled by the clerk and distributed to council members prior to council's debate of this public hearing matter, which we have already shared will happen on June 25th in unfinished business and regular council meeting. We will now move on to hearing closing comments from the applicant. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Thank you again, Madam Chair and Council, for allowing us to provide you with some closing thoughts. I'd like to start off by perhaps clarifying some issues that came out through all of these public hearings. One of the items that we heard concern over was the barbecue issues. People started talking about barbecues up on the rooftop decks. Staff mentioned that earlier tonight. I'm not sure where this idea of barbecues on the rooftop decks came from, but I can assure you, as staff mentioned, the rooftop decks are accessed directly from the master bedrooms. Typically, food preparation does not occur in master bedrooms, although I guess technically you could. But on all of these units, the living area, primary living area, including kitchens and living rooms, are all at grade, and we have provided outdoor space at grade for those spaces. So I don't believe there's much of concern with people having barbecues on the roof. There's the issue regarding the realtor. We're quite happy to hear that staff have made their own inquiries into this real estate agent. My client has done the same thing. We have no professional or personal connection with the real estate agent in question whatsoever. My client has had his legal counsel serve the realtor in question with a cease and desist letter, and we have lodged a formal complaint with the Realtors Association of British Columbia for improper practice. There were some questions regarding Airbnb. We have no intentions of putting any sort of Airbnb short-term rental in this project. I believe that we all have bylaws that would prevent that from occurring, but just to clarify, there's no intention of that. We were quite encouraged the other night to hear that the relocation of the playground to the north side was something that that the hospice did not necessarily want. I think the idea of having the playground as being sort of a junction between these two places is actually a really wonderful poetic idea. Notwithstanding some of the comments we heard earlier tonight that perhaps it's not. So I'm not sure whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but we are open to relocating that playground wherever it would be most beneficial to the hospice. There was an issue with precedent. People were concerned about this project setting a precedent for the neighborhood. As I'm sure you guys know, part of this policy is that the rezonings under this policy are limited to 2 every 10 blocks. 10 blocks on Granville is pretty far away. That puts us down sort of in the 42nd Street area would be the next one. And there is another application that would lock up the block. So with this application, if we're to go forward, and the application that's down the street, that would essentially prevent any further redevelopment under this policy within 10-block radius of this project. There were some concerns regarding the excavation and the number of parking spaces. The only reason we provided all these parking spaces was because that's what we heard from the neighbors. There was a large number of neighbors that showed up at our first open house that really were passionate about the parking, and that we needed to provide more parking. So our original application was to provide less parking. We're more than happy to remove parking from this project. I think that cars are a dying technology, and I think that it would be a very forward-looking move for council if you would reduce the amount of parking that's required. There's been a bit of confusion also about the rental rates on this project. People keep on quoting, I'm not sure where people are getting this number of $3,700. To be clear, my client did do a pro forma to deal with the financial viability of this project, and they used the Rental 100 West Side rates to determine that. So I believe that's $3,500 and change for a 3-bedroom, and somewhere around $2,000 for a 1-bedroom. So that's I think it's one of those situations where somebody took 3,500, rounded up to 3,600. The next person heard the story and rounded up to 3,700, and so on and so forth. Excuse me, I'm speaking. Thank you. Also, we just heard some information that conflicts with our records of the consultation process. So on November 22nd, 2017, our community relations consultant emailed Mr. Roberts wanting to reach out and contact the hospice and letting them know that we're coming forward with the proposal for the area. And then on January 22nd, 2018, I myself and some of the design team met with Ms. Tabrizi in the hospice and toured the hospice. Both of these were prior to our application for rezoning. We've heard a lot of negative things against my project. I'd like to sort of highlight to staff some of the positive things from this project as I see it. Part of this project will result in development cost levy contributions in excess of $328,000 for the city. Development cost contributions of approximately $34,000 for public sewer upgrades. And additionally, part of the requirement, you probably didn't notice, it was in your conditions of enactment back in the appendix, but an upgrade to the public sewer system for the entire neighborhood. This is estimated at approximately $400,000 of public sewer upgrades that would be paid for by this project. As this is a rezoning, and all rezonings are required to meet this requirement, this building or both blocks will be near zero emissions, which will meet the City of Vancouver building policy for rezonings. Another thing that this project does, it does afford us to go over and above the noise control bylaw and work with the hospice to mitigate noise concerns. And, of course, an offer of space to supplement the hospice services. We've, again, heard some conflicting remarks whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, but nevertheless, we would like to explore that idea some more. I don't believe that this, by necessity, has to be a binary decision between the hospice and a rental project. I really see multiple avenues for collaboration with the hospice and neighbors to address legitimate concerns. We've heard loud and clear about the surrounding construction noise. My clients have firmly affirmed that they're willing to enter into a staff-administered good neighbor agreement, custom designed to address the needs and the unique nature of the hospice. I've been encouraged to see some constructive suggestions made, such as Councillor Fry's suggestion of implementing hospital construction protocols and Councillor Weeb's suggestion of parking sharing with the hospice. We heard a speaker mention about modular construction technologies, and coincidentally, we've also discussed the use of modular wall panels for a building framing where the walls are assembled off-site and are delivered to site and erected in a much more quiet and quickly compared to stick framing on site. These are practical solutions that could easily be implemented as part of our agreement. We understand that our project will result in some impact to the hospice, but that's the nature of living in a city with other people. In my opinion, as an architect who's built his fair share of large single-family homes with below-grade basements, the construction cycle and scope of work of what is being proposed is not appreciably different from the neighbor's perspective than what is currently permitted. The added bonus is that council can ask staff to require a good neighbor agreement between our project and the hospice to lessen the impact. I just don't think that this has to be a zero-sum game with a winner and a loser. I truly believe that when good people come together at a table committed to working out a solution, that resolutions can be made. We hope that our project can complement and even support the important work that the hospice does. Now, this council has demonstrated a thorough and evidence-based approach to decision-making, and that through collaboration and compromise, working from differing points of view, that positive outcomes can be achieved. We ask that council apply the same decision-making process to our project, and that you afford us the opportunity to also collaborate with our friends of the hospice. There's some really passionate people there, and I really hope that we can turn that passion towards working together. And I think that if we all come together, we can achieve that goal. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we could hear from, does staff have any closing comments?
Can you hear me? So staff really wanted to thank everybody who
address council for this rezoning application. I think whether it's opposition to the proposal or support for the proposal, it is really important to have your voice heard. So thank you so much, and thank you very much for your patience for the multiple nights showing up at council. I think what we heard is that there is a support for rental housing. The biggest concern we heard is the impact to the hospice. I think death affects us all. So when staff are weighing the various factors in making our recommendation, we didn't make our recommendation lightly. I just wanted to put it out there. If you look at our city, hospice has always been part of our city's residential fabric. So I think staff believe that moving forward into the future, hospice should really be part of that fabric, continue to be part of that fabric, and grow alongside with the neighborhood they're located in, and be able to adapt as to changes as the rest of the city is continuing to adapt to changes. So it is really for this reason, staff believe with the recommended changes we're making that this really modest development would be very compatible neighbors with the hospice once it's built. In the short term, though, I think if the application were to proceed to construction, I think the construction impact is really critical to address. And I think with the suggestion of the good neighbor agreements alongside with a construction impact mitigation plan, I think those are really good steps to address the impact, and staff certainly would be very helpful, be willing to facilitate such agreement. So yeah, I think overall staff would recommend the approval of this application subject to the conditions in the Appendix B. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I was just wondering if we might need a motion to extend, because if the applicant couldn't come back.
I was just going to ask that.
So I was going to ask you, is the applicant able to come back for Tuesday?
We're going to ask questions of applicant
Didn't
tonight.
think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So would you like to move a motion to extend?
I'd like to move a motion to extend, and understanding that if one council member all council members could vote for that, and then up to one council member could leave if they needed to.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote. Oh, sorry. Yes. May I have a seconder to stay past 10 o'clock? Seconded by Councilor Dominato. And so all in favor of staying past 10 o'clock, please raise your hand.
We won't be able to ask the applicant questions then.
All right. That was our opportunity to ask the applicant questions.
Point of information.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bly. This is very much what I was concerned about earlier when I tried to ask a point of information. I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to ask the applicant questions, and we have 1 minute left to the meeting, so I'd like to know what we could do to be able to ask the applicant questions, if at all.
Okay, can I actually I need to go back and finish, that vote was incomplete because I didn't ask who was in opposition. So I'm going to ask the question again. Who is in favor of staying past 10 o'clock? Please raise your hand.
You'd need unanimous support, correct?
I understand. Okay, and those opposed? Okay, so we will not be staying past 10 o'clock. So I need to refer or ask the clerk.
I've asked a point of information I need answered very quickly. If we will be able to ask the applicant questions. Thank you. Sorry, I know I only have a minute.
So we won't be able to ask questions of the applicant as we can't stay past 10 o'clock, and I'm required to do the referral to remove this to June 25th.
to ask a point of information. Could this put the hearing process in any legal jeopardy if, and I'd like a legal opinion, a written legal opinion sent to us on that as to whether or not the applicant could, in fact, challenge the process, or others could challenge the process if we're not able to ask for the information we need. Thank you.
To the deputy
So just could I get a written legal memo on that, or?
To the city clerk, what trumps what? The ending at 10, or? In order for us to, in order for us to stay in the public hearing process, we would need to reconvene at 6 o'clock on Tuesday, June 25th, in order to continue the public hearing process and allow the applicant to come back and be asked questions. Okay. So all those in favor of, oh, I need a seconder. Okay, seconded by Lisa Dominato, but a point of, I need to deal, okay, go ahead. Yes.
For council and taking that vote, does that mean that our currently scheduled council meeting will be foregone because we are already scheduled to be in council at that time?
We are scheduled to be in council that time, but not confirmed to be scheduled up until 6 o'clock, so I'll have to confer with the clerk.
I show us being currently scheduled till 10 p.m., so I'm wondering if I could get some information prior to enable me to take that vote.
City clerk assures us that they'll fix the schedule, so we need to move on if that's okay to get this done by 10.
Following up on that point of information, is that not potentially going to bump other items of business that are expected?
I think what we need to do is defer to the city clerk to get back to us on the schedule, and they will manage what could possibly be moved around. By looking at the agenda for Tuesday, we have a number of motions to deal with, however, some may have speakers, so we're going to have to look at what happens in the next day with that, and then the clerk will be in communication with what happens with that schedule. I need to move on, but there's a point of order. Council, did you know? Do you have a point of order?
We're getting very close to time, and I'm concerned. So I've moved a motion. I understand it was seconded. Was there a vote on that motion? That's my point of information.
Okay.
And if not, you don't have to answer me. We could I call the question.
Thank you very much. So all in favor of referring this to June 25th at 6 p.m., this public hearing to hear from the applicant.
To ask the applicant questions.
Please raise your hands. So the question is referring this public hearing to Tuesday, January 25th at 6 p.m. in order to ask the applicant questions. Sorry, recessing this public hearing. And do we need a unanimous? No. Okay. So all those in favor, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. And those opposed? So that passes. So this public hearing is Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Hardwick were opposed. And so we are now recessed this public hearing to 6 o'clock, Tuesday, June 25th. And we will reconvene at that time. So and then do I need an adjournment? Yeah. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Thank you. A second?
So moved.
That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, we're recessed.
Second.
We're recessed. It's okay.
Oh, we don't. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much for bearing with us. We'll see you on Tuesday, June 25th at 6 p.m.